Well, hello everybody and welcome to the Amy Gillett Foundation virtual ride. I'm Matthew Keenan. I'm not on the Great Ocean Road. I'd love to be. I'm at the Brunswick Velodrome. And in terms of the actual event itself, I'm doing the long ride, 111 kilometres, 2.5 minutes to go before we get started. And I'm ready to ride just about the whole way down to the road and back again. I'm loaded up with food. Hopefully you are too. There was somebody I saw on here who's doing their longest ever ride, whether it be in the virtual world or the real world. So good luck to them. Importantly, I'm going to be having a chat to quite a few people over the next, hopefully not more than 2.5 hours, because I don't want to be riding for much longer than that. But to get us started, our most important guest is Mary Safe, the mum of Amy Gillett. And Mary, this is always a significant day for you. You're over in South Australia, which is leading the charge globally for COVID, but this is always a pretty big day for you, Mary. Welcome to the event.
Thank you, Matt. Thank you.
For you to see the legacy that Amy has left, to come out of that tragedy from 2005, it must still fill you with enormous pride.
Absolutely. Actually, pride and, Matt, so much joy and so much kindness has come into our life through the cycling fraternity. We pinch ourselves with what the foundation has managed to achieve, but it's a great, great team. And, so many people are so passionate about this cause. It just makes it easier to move forward.
You've played a really important role as well in terms of going into schools, because that education element of it is so important, because it starts at a really young age. And if you can change that behaviour and that mentality from a young age, then you've got people for life. So tell us about some of the work that you've done in that space.
I set up a program going into both primary and secondary schools, and I did a PowerPoint presentation, which was in the form of telling the students a story. So it's very non-threatening, and asking questions through it. And I got enormous enjoyment out of that, enormous satisfaction when I saw the kids' responses. It was really, really heartwarming. And you're right, Matt, it's about that attitudinal change. If we can explain to children why we do things, the reason for it, it makes it easier for them to come on board. And I did that for, I think, 10 years when I retired from my regular job. And I absolutely loved it. I loved it because the children are our future.
Yeah. What was your regular job?
I worked in primary school education, in sexuality education.
Okay, well, it's perfect, because it's all about educating and changing behaviour and creating the right environment. In terms of, we're underway now on the ride, so if my questions get really short and my breath gets even shorter, Mary, you'll understand why.
Well, I'm just glad it's you and not me, Matt.
I'm not sure. There was a fantastic ad that was done by the TAC, and I know it was in Victoria. I'm not sure whether it was elsewhere. And it was about kids in the back seat mimicking their parents in the front, and in terms of their behaviour with driving. And I think kids can have the opposite effect as well. I know when I'm driving, my 10-year-old daughter, she'll question me and challenge what I'm doing. Yeah. And you've had the ability to do that.
Yeah. It's extremely satisfying, and I think you have to find the right sort of formula to work with kids. And I absolutely love that. Yes, but Matt, there comes a time when you come to the end of something, and I was feeling that it was time for me to slow down a little bit and perhaps enjoy some retirement with Dennis. So it had a good life, but yeah, I knew when the time was right to give that up.
And what are you doing? Are you still an avid cyclist?
Pardon, Matt?
Are you still an avid cyclist yourself?
Yes, we are. Yeah. Dennis and I still ride, 3 or 4 times a week on our bikes. He on a road bike. I'm now on a hybrid and a mountain bike, but not mountains, but dirt tracks. So we love it. It's our form of exercise, and Matt, it's good for our heads and it's good for our hearts.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, there's the Amy Gillett Bikeway in Adelaide. And did that recently get some additional funding for an extension?
Correct, yes. The federal government have announced some funding to come through to build the next stage, which will be about another 7 kilometres. And then after that, there is only one stage left. So, you know, we're hoping that that is completed before we turn up our toes. I've said to them I'd like to be there above ground, not underground, when they get that last stage. But,
I like the way you give them that motivation.
Yeah. Oh, well, you've got to put the pressure on a bit, Matt. Yes. No.
Now, what's it like for you to ride that path, that bike path?
Well, I've ridden it many, many times now, but the first time extremely emotional. Yeah. But what gives us joy is to see the amount of people who use it. You know, families with young children where they can be safe on their bikes, people who walk it. And last time I was up there, people being pushed along in wheelchairs, you know, to enjoy. It's a beautiful environment up there, Matt. So, you know, it's just a beautiful place to go. Yes.
Fantastic. Congratulations on your contribution to making cycling safer for people like me and people like my kids.
Thank you, Matt. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I hope to see you next year on the Great Ocean Road.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I'll start training. Thank you.
Great. Well, my Zwift is continuing to tell me, close the gap. I keep getting told to try and close the gap, Mary. I need to get stronger legs. Well, Mary's safe over in Adelaide, doing a wonderful job for cycling right around the country. We're now joined by the CEO of the Amy Gillett Foundation, Dan Knight, who's with me, only a matter of metres away. Dan, why aren't you riding?
I'm supposed to be on the bike, yeah, I know, Matt, and I'm enjoying how out of breath you are. It seems like you're making your job extra hard.
Yeah, I'm trying to make it look hard. You know, because elite athletes in any sport, they make things look easy. You know, you watch Rafa and Roger and Ash Barty, and you think, I can do that. Then you go down to the tennis court, and it looks really difficult. If you watch the tour, Pogačar and Roglic, you think, I can do that. It's really difficult. You watch me ride, and you go, this is really difficult.
Yeah,
now, for you, I've got to get this off the agenda early. Former Eurovision dancer. Explain.
No, no, I'm not. Absolutely not. That was the joke I put into the notes. I didn't expect that to stay in there. Sorry, I'm not a Eurovision dancer. I feel like I am when I go out. No, I'm a commuter cyclist and haven't done any racing, so I'm learning so much watching you guys operate. We would normally be down the Great Ocean Road with 4,000 cyclists today. So we'd be celebrating the 10th anniversary of the race, the 100th anniversary of the Great Ocean Road, and it would be just a wonderful time. It's obviously very strange times, and we're so grateful for the number of people that are riding and supporting. This is normally our biggest fundraiser of the year. Most of our money for the work we do comes from this ride. So for so many people to be happy to jump online and supporting us in other ways is just wonderful. We can't thank anyone else.
Well, on this long ride, on this 111 kilometre ride, there was more than 300 people who had signed up for it. I can see there's around about 247 at the moment. So given that the lockdown restrictions have eased around the country and you've got an ability to go for an actual proper bike ride, speaks volumes of the support for the Amy Gillett Foundation.
Yeah, absolutely. We're so grateful for the incredible support of so many people. And the other part, for months we've been looking at, are we going to be able to do the ride? Is it going to be open or closed? And we had to make the call, look, it's just not going to happen. For it to be the first weekend in months that people can actually get out and ride, and people are still online. You know, there's hundreds of people cycling today. So we're so grateful. And the other part that's really interesting to learn is that the cycling community is incredibly generous. There's so many charities and causes that use cycling events as their cause, you know, Tour de Cure being a great example. And partly what AGF's trying to do is just remind cyclists that we're trying to make it safer, that we would love some support. We need people's help. It's how we operate. We think that the current COVID environment means that we can probably do more for cycle safety in the next year than the last 2 decades put together. So it's it's one of the silver linings to come out of COVID, that there's a lot of change happening around the world and in Australia. We're seeing quick change, and that's what Amy Gillett Foundation is going to be working on, how we can make it safer.
Yeah, we have seen a lot of people riding throughout this COVID lockdown period. You're a commuter cyclist yourself. How did you come to this role as the CEO of the Amy Gillett Foundation?
Yeah, I've got a background in elite sports. I was a professional squash coach for a long time. Coached my brother to a Commonwealth Games gold and bronze medal. So sport was my background. You have to be based in Europe if you're going to be on the Squash Pro Tour, and we were based in Amsterdam. And beforehand, I'd been in Melbourne at uni, moved to Amsterdam. When I was in Melbourne, I cycled everywhere. So cycling to uni. Got to Amsterdam, got to see what a culture is like when you prioritize the safety of cycling. When I came back to Melbourne, and I was in Amsterdam for 4 years, came back to Melbourne, cycling around Melbourne again, first time I was scared on my bike, absolutely petrified. And I hadn't been before because that's all I knew. And suddenly when I'd spent multiple years seeing what safe cycling's like, so I'd be cycling to work or I'd be cycling my kids to school and just really frustrated at how badly designed the roads are, how unsafe it is, how it kind of discourages you. My wife cycled everywhere in Amsterdam. She doesn't feel comfortable in Melbourne. So that was partly what appealed to me. I've also been working in the mental health field for a long time, and all the research shows that if you spend money upstream, if you get people cycling to work, cycling to school, that saves you an enormous amount of money for mental health support, physical health support. And so it just sort of was this perfect mix of all the things that mattered to me. I love cycling. I love being able to cycle to work. And I'm frustrated that Australia doesn't take it more seriously and support it more. So yeah, the role came up, and it's been a very interesting year with COVID. But I think AGF's got some really exciting work, and later on today we're going to chat a little bit around Bike Spot, one of the programs that we did in Victoria earlier this year, and we're hoping with some support we can roll out around the country.
Fantastic. Now, have we got Anthony with us, who's down on the Great Ocean Road with the cycling club, to give us an update from down there? Let's see if we can get Anthony Seipert from the Great Ocean Road Cycling Club. We're just connecting with his audio.
Hey, how are you?
Good, Anthony. How are you going?
Very well, mate. Very well. How are you?
Oh, you even got the Neo Metro kit on. A little bit of love for Jeff Proven. Fantastic.
Yeah, that'll be keeping him happy, hopefully. How are you going?
Okay. I'm looking down. I've got all of 104 kilometres to go.
Nearly there.
So no good, Anthony. No good. Where are you right now?
I'm on the pier at Lawn. That's Ben Warren behind me. You should be climbing that at the moment.
Yeah, front group, of course.
Yeah. I hope you're doing like 320 watts to stay up there with them.
No. I'm just in second gear at the moment, 310.
Very good.
What's the weather like?
Well, a little chilly, perfect for the ride actually. So if you're down today, you'd be pretty happy. It's nice and cool, but a bit of a sou'wester blowing, so that'll blow you home when you get down back to the Great Ocean Road. And yeah, not too bad. Hopefully the sun will peek through a bit later.
How many people you got down there on the ride with you today?
Oh, there's about 20 on the road that I've seen so far, but all riding in sort of little groups today. So I've got one friend here with me, Russ Jenkins, you might know.
Hey guys, how are you?
How are you? You look smiling, happy. You've been a half-wheeling Anthony throughout the ride.
It's on my video.
Can't hear.
Sorry, yeah, I just realised I've got the headphones in, so of course he can't hear.
Yeah, that's no good.
Yeah, well,
right.
I'll fix it up for the next one. Anyway. Yeah.
Excellent. So are you guys...
Yeah, go on, man.
You guys going to do the full normal Amy Gillett's ride today?
Oh, no, not us today. Just ridden in from Anglesey today. I'll do a short ride around here, and then I think for the crosses, try and get to a point or something where there's a bit of a view, and then head home. Keep warm and have a coffee.
Oh, lovely. Sounds very civilised. I like to always head out with a ride that ensures I've got a tailwind home.
Yeah, you should enjoy that today.
Excellent, magnificent.
You're at the Hawthorn Velodrome there, are you?
What's that, sorry?
You're at the Hawthorn Velodrome.
No, Brunswick Velodrome.
Brunswick.
It's been really well refurbished in the last 4 or 5 years. We've got a fantastic deck out here in the club rooms. I've got the president of Ag Giramondo still having all sorts of problems with his Wi-Fi, and he's using that as his excuse not to ride with myself and Andy Gowers. I've got Andy Gowers next to me, premiership player with Hawthorn.
Yes.
Just giving enough distance because he played in the 80s and the 90s. I don't want to get a raised elbow. Making sure I stay out of trouble.
Very good.
Very good.
Yeah. Keep that social distancing.
Social distancing and raised elbow distancing. Very good. All right, boys, thanks for the catch-up.
All right.
Enjoy the Great Ocean Road. Hopefully we're back there next year.
Go well. Yeah, look forward to seeing you all back here.
Awesome. Well, that's where we should be, down on the Great Ocean Road. And hopefully next year we are back. We've got Kif Kaufman about to join us from Oz Cycle, as it's now known. Just changing names today, I think, Kif.
It is not too bad. I'm not working as hard as you right now.
Yeah. What's the official name now?
It's Oz Cycling as of midnight, I guess.
Big changes.
Big changes, but most exciting for the riders, really. That's what it's really about. Those people who are riding behind you, maybe you now, while you're on the bike, but and all those people who are out there doing the hard work to make it happen day to day. So that's really who's exciting for.
You're the general manager at Oz Cycling. You would have been pleased that down here at Brunswick this morning, they're having a few gender equality programs, and they're having some problems. They don't have the gender balance right. They had a group ride go out this morning, and there were way more girls than there were boys.
That's a fantastic outcome, isn't it? Brunswick's been one of the leaders in many of those areas, but certainly equality's been one of them. So it's something we'll be focused on and something we're going to keep getting better at.
One of my friends was down here, Jeremy Hindle, with his daughter, Sienna. She's out there, she's riding. He's a bit disappointed with his 13-year-old son. He's at home playing Fortnite.
well, I'm sure he'll be a bit disappointed when he hears about all the great time everyone had on their bike this morning.
Well, I'm sure he won't be missing it if he tunes into me sweating bullets, trying to hold on to some sort of a semblance of a group so I can get through this ride. 101 Ks to go.
Well, I'm already impressed.
So far, Kip. That's right. A big event coming up for you is 5 years away, with the UCI Gran Fondo World Championships to be held in Victoria.
It's super exciting, isn't it? Almost the announcement couldn't have happened at a better time. And I know that sounds odd, but everyone was in a bit of lockdown. That we needed some excitement to come to Victoria, and it was kind of the perfect time. So it's going to be a great event for everyone to look forward to.
In terms of the economic impact, often those sorts of events can have a bigger impact than the Elite World Championships because of the amount of families that they draw into the area.
Yeah, well, it's an incredible event. The excitement we've had since the announcement has been almost like no other. The interest in it has been probably certainly bigger than we expected, bigger than I think we would have ever imagined. And you're right, on the impact it's going to be tremendous, because what you get is all of the Masters riders who won't just come here to race. They'll come here and they'll race and they'll have a great time. But then they'll spend 2 or 3 weeks traveling throughout Australia and Victoria, and it'll be incredible. Unlike the fantastic elite events we have, the riders come and they put on a show and they leave. Right now, we'll see all these people from around the world come and spend probably weeks here, make it a trip of a lifetime in many ways. A
good friend of mine, with his family, he's got 3 kids, and his trip each year is based around doing an Ironman event. So he'll pick an Ironman event somewhere in the world, and the family holiday will be based around that. So they'll go to the destination, he'll do the Ironman early in the holiday, and then the Ironman gets out of the way, and then the family has a 2-week holiday, and he's not allowed to touch his bike for those 2 weeks.
Well, and I think that's what you're going to get here, and that's what makes it so exciting. I think that's what makes it exciting for Victoria is it's really those people who are going to come for several weeks, and not only that, they're going to be talking about it for right now. We're talking about it's 5 years away, So people are thinking about Australia, and wherever it goes in Victoria, they'll be talking about it all year. Every one of those qualifier events will be talking about it. So just the continual marketing of Victoria and the eventual host region is going to be amazing.
And there's the qualifying process as well, which adds up to that anticipation and how do I get a start?
That's right. That's right. And I can only imagine that year in Australia, all the qualifying events are going to go off, so to speak, and everyone's going to want to get their start on the start line that year.
I'm just trying to work out what age category that I'll fall into in 2025, and that will have me, oh my God, I'll be turning 50 in 2025. So the good news about that is I'll be bottom age. Kip,
you figured it out perfectly. Yes. This is the start right now. Your training today is the base you need to win that championship in 5 years' time. And see that, at least for everyone, they'll be in a new age group.
Yeah, I'm not talking about winning, Kip. I'm talking about qualifying to start. I like your ambition for me.
Shoot high, shoot high. If you land a little bit lower, that's okay.
So the Amy Gillett Foundation is the official charity partner for the Road Nationals. I think it has been for the last couple of years, and it is again in 2021. I assume that we're still up in the air as to whether.
Yeah, we've been doing a lot of really good work with the Department of Health and the City of Ballarat and Visit Victoria over the last few weeks. So I'd say in the next couple days, all of those announcements will come out about how that's going to be placed. And right now we're feeling quite good about how that can happen, but hopefully everyone stays safe and healthy over the next coming months, and that'll allow us to push forward with a really good event. I think we feel confident, but certainly we don't want to do anything that would harm anyone's health.
I really hope it happens for a completely selfish reason. I love the national championships.
No, it's a fantastic event, and we've been focused on working with the Amy Gillett Foundation, the city, others to make it more of a festival that people can enjoy. And I think again, if we stay on track and everyone can stay healthy and we move forward, I think it'll be a bigger and better year than we've ever had before. So
from a Oz cycling perspective, how important is that relationship with the Amy Gillett Foundation? Because you guys can't do everything. You've now got 30 or 40,000 members with mountain biking and BMXing coming under the umbrella with many of the state federations, former state federations. How important is that partnership for advocacy and road safety?
Yeah, certainly the Amy Gillett Foundation has done a tremendous job, and certainly with the recent announcement here in Victoria around the minimum passing distance, that's just a coup for every cyclist, and an honor they should certainly take on very proudly of making that happen, or being the drivers to make that happen. And safety, as we all know, is so paramount to every cyclist, and their ability to keep driving that is so important. So for everyone to participate in a safe way, we need to keep working together to have that positive outcome.
Is hugely important. And some more important news for you, 99.6 kilometres to go. I'm underneath the 100k mark.
Well, I'm impressed with what you're doing right now, Matt, so well done. You're doing better than me.
Awesome. Kip, thanks for your time. Good luck for the national championships for 2021. Fingers crossed. More importantly, those world championships in 2025.
Thanks, Matt. Have a good 99 kilometres.
Oh, don't say it like that, Kip.
See ya.
See you later, Kip. Kip Kaufman doing an enormous job at Oz Cycling as the general manager, plays a huge role in working with the Amy Gillett Foundation and also helping bike races happen. We're now joined by Dr. Marilyn Johnson, who's had a huge role in the Meter Matters in Australia. Good morning, Marilyn.
Good morning, Matt. How are you?
Exhausted, and I've got 99 Ks to go if I'm to be absolutely honest with you.
Good luck with that. I'll just stay home for this morning. I'll have it right after.
Oh, great. So a metre matters. For me at the moment, every single metre matters.
I can see that. There's going to be a few more metres to go. And we're really pleased. It was nearly a month ago now, 7th of October, that the Minister Ben Carroll announced the Victorian government's commitment to change the road rules so that we could have those distances included in the road rules. So making that important change from asking drivers to allow sufficient distance to actually having those numbers in there. So as we all know, it's 1 metre for drivers when they're passing cyclists in speed zones up to 60 kilometres and 1.5 over. So yeah, it's great news. Victoria finally making that change and then making it national from early next year.
So tell us about your role from the beginning, because it's taken a while for it to get to Victoria, and you've done your PhD at the Amy Gillett Foundation, but you're also senior researcher at Monash University.
Yeah, it's been a really long time. So it started way back in 2008. So that's when I was doing my PhD and reading all of the scientific literature, all the international studies, and came across a study that had been just recently published at that time that really looked at the passing distance that drivers were giving cyclists, and when cyclists were on a road bike or when it was a woman or when they looked a bit different, how wide were those distances? And that study found that men in Lycra, men who look kind of like you today, Matt, they were the ones given the least amount of space.
Yeah.
And when we looked into it a bit more deeply and realised that there was the road rule at that time just said that drivers needed to allow sufficient distance. And the question then was, well, what is sufficient? Is it just sufficient if someone doesn't get hit? And that really isn't a safe cycling environment. So we thought at the time that what we needed was an education campaign. So that was launched in 2009 in Canberra, and that was A Metre Matters, thinking really that if drivers just knew better, they would do better, and that it was an education problem. And of course, that didn't turn out to be the case, but that's where it started.
Yeah. So often a motorist is impatient and they think, I'm going to rush by this person, but you know, what's really going to slow them down is if they do hit the cyclist. Then they're going to be seriously late. So if you go to that mindset of what's in it for me, and it's just a ridiculous decision to make as a motorist.
Yeah, and it's also a change that has other road rules sort of attached to it, that not just gives that first piece of information about passing, but it also protects drivers who are doing the right thing. Because associated with that road rule is the other road rule that says you'll be permitted to cross a centre line, for example, when it's safe to do so. And so that at the moment is a behaviour that a whole lot of drivers are currently doing. When they give cyclists enough space, they're actually breaking the law. So by bringing in that whole suite of changes, and that's why those other road rules are so important, it means that we're protecting cyclists, but we're also providing that legal permission for drivers to do the right thing and keep cyclists safe.
Yeah, and it's not one silver bullet that's going to solve all the problems. And we've seen with things like speeding, drink driving, it's been longitudinal behavioural change campaigns to get us into a position where we are now, that 30 years ago, drink and drive and get home, you're a bloody legend. Now, you've got 19-year-old males full of testosterone taking the keys off their mates.
Yeah, and it's really fantastic to see examples like that. Hopefully we're getting faster with those kinds of changes though, because it's the case for us with minimum passing distance. It took from the very first sort of education campaign in 2009, I mean, given it was an education campaign for the first few years, but the shift for us to change the road rule, that started really in earnest in late 2013. So it's taken a good 7 years to get this changed nationally. And that's just too long. We had to do this in every single state and territory. So we were repeatedly presenting to parliamentary inquiries, talking to different ministers, talking to different members of the public. This took an enormous amount of time for what is a really small change. So what I'd like to see going forward is that, sure, drink driving campaigns have had a huge impact. This is similar to the anti-smoking campaigns, but each of those came with just the education, but also the changes to the rules, to the law. So making it illegal to drink drive, increasing roadside breath testing, and reducing the amount of places where you can smoke. All of those things have to be in place as well to start to see that change. So definitely education for us wasn't enough with minimum passing, but with the road rules that will help. And when we started to look at the road rules, Matt, that's the other problem here. You start to see the road rules through the eyes of a cyclist, and we all have to follow the same rules, whether we're riding or we're driving. And really, there's quite a number of road rules that we need to look at again if we're going to keep cyclists safe.
Yeah, so then back to that, the road rules. So cyclists always get heavily criticised for you think the road rules don't apply to you. And talkback radio, tabloid press play a huge role in that. As you well know, I can just tell, get a slight indication by the expression on your face. So, as cyclists, we absolutely make mistakes. As a motorist, I also make mistakes. But when a motorist makes a mistake, not every motorist is tarred with that same brush. When a cyclist makes a mistake, every cyclist breaks the law when one cyclist makes a mistake. That's a big challenge for us as a community.
Absolutely. And I think it's really easy to not see every driver as the same when someone breaks a rule, when you're a driver yourself. And I think that's the difference when it comes to cycling. Those of us who ride a bike, we know that not every cyclist will break the rules. But if that's not something that you ever do as part of your normal life, it's easy to think of cyclists as just one type of rider. And I mean, we're absolutely not. I mean, we're all kinds of people doing all kinds of riding. And today, there's probably a lot of people who are joining us on Amy's Gran Fondo today who are in Lycra, but they're probably in their house or they're somewhere maybe as pretty as you at the velodrome. But there's definitely that's not the type of riding that everyone does all the time. Whether you're riding down to the shops, I rode out for dinner with friends last night on my upright bike in the clothes that I wore to dinner. It's all riding, it's all cycling.
Yeah.
And so for drivers who don't cycle, it's kind of easy just to think two wheels is all the same, but it's really not. And that's part of the next piece of work that we're doing. Well, we're constantly doing, but we're certainly doing more work at the Amy Foundation to bring that broader conversation into the mainstream and to challenge some of those ideas that all cyclists will break the law. And the research backs that up. My own research in Melbourne, I looked at over 4,000 cyclists who rode through an intersection with a traffic light, and they all faced a red light. And it was less than 7% of people went through that red light on their bike. So we're talking about 93% of people doing the right thing. And this is over a really long period of time in terms of seeing all those red lights. That's not everyone, and that's not the story that's getting out. So yeah, there's a lot more work to go.
Yeah, whereas you'll be driving your car and somebody will come past you clearly over the speed limit, and not all motorists are lawbreakers. Or you'll see somebody clearly looking at their mobile phone, which can kill someone, and you don't get that same outrage. So there's that perceptual change, and I think, and you've got a role also doing research into the cyclists and motorist interaction, there's that humanising the cyclist. So you go to a place like the Netherlands or Denmark, which are benchmark, and you see thousands of people on bikes, but no one sees a cyclist per se. They see a family member. And even if that motorist doesn't ride, they've got a family member, a mum, a dad, a daughter, a brother, a sister who rides. And that volume of people riding bikes is going to create some of that cultural shift.
Yeah, absolutely. And it does two things. It increases the number of people who ride, so it makes the driver more likely to be the cyclist themselves. So when you're someone who rides a bike, you know how to pass another cyclist when you're in your car, because you know what it feels like to be passed too closely. Yeah. So I think generally, and it's what the research shows as well, people who ride are more likely to be much more considerate when they're around cyclists on the road. But it is exactly what you've said, Matt. It's the idea that people who don't ride, as more people ride, they'll know someone. They'll know a friend or maybe a family member. I know my own family, my mum doesn't ride a bike, yet she knows that I do. And so that makes her much more conscious when she's passing anyone on the road, because she knows what it's like for me when I'm riding, and she makes sure she gives them more space. She doesn't need to ride, but her having that change in her behaviour, although my mum is a very careful driver. Hi, Mum, if you're watching. She is, but having that personal connection does change the way people cycle. So it's about getting more of those connections and more of those understandings for people that cyclists are just regular people like everybody else. And just because someone might be slowed down for a little bit while they find that safe passing space, then that's, it's not going to take too much time out of their day, and it's going to save.
Yeah, I always try not to get in arguments with cars, but the occasions where I have, when someone has given me a fright, I've tried to stay as calm as possible, and I actually asked the question, would you have driven past me that closely if I was your son or daughter?
Yeah, it's a really interesting point. It's a conversation I've had quite a few times with Amy's mum, Mary Safe, and I believe you're going to talk to her today too. I remember having an incident with a driver who had opened a car door in front of me, and my reaction to that was, well, they scared me. So I was kind of shouty because it was quite terrifying.
Scared.
And I remember saying to Mary, that person, insert word there, that person opened that door in front of me. And Mary sort of said to me, and this was years and years ago, she said, oh no, Marilyn, I take any of those incidences as a teaching opportunity, and I just stop and I quietly have a conversation with the person and say, oh, I think maybe you didn't see me, and have a discussion about just how that made Mary feel and what was the person thinking or doing when they did that. And so I was humbled by Mary, absolutely. And it's certainly the attitude that I try to take when someone passes me too closely or they open a door. I do start that exchange with them by saying, you really scared me. Did you see me? And it's a really different response. But sometimes, Matt, you can't always do it. Sometimes it's just terrifying and you realize you've shouted first. So it's a lesson for all of us when we're on our bikes too, to try and start that conversation calmly.
Yeah, it is. It is a real challenge. No doubt you've got countless stories, but infrastructure is important as well as the meter matters. Infrastructure sets the tone within the community that bike riders belong on the road.
It definitely does. And it was never the case with minimum passing distance that it was instead of infrastructure. It's always as well as. And the thing that we realised really early on with the Meter Matters campaign was that we were not going to get physically separated infrastructure on every road in Australia anytime soon, and potentially ever. I mean, Australia is a really big country. So when we compare ourselves to places like the Netherlands or to Denmark, where they are really geographically quite tiny places, we aren't going to achieve that anytime soon. So with minimum passing distance, the idea is that you have the space around you, so you have that safety buffer anywhere you are. But absolutely, the infrastructure is incredibly important. And while there's been great efforts over many, many years in Australia to put space on the road for cyclists, often it's actually making it more dangerous because painted lines have been put next to parked cars. You're putting yourself in the door zone to legally ride in the bike lane, but it creates an expectation for drivers that you'll stay in it. So we've got a long, long way to go to getting that mix right between where we put the bike lane, having separated infrastructure. We need to have a really difficult conversation about parking, and we need to really include that in discussions about commuting. How are we going to commute to work anymore? A lot of people used to ride their bike to work. Is that still going to happen after COVID? There's a whole lot of different ways we need to look at how we use the roads together as a community in ways that make it safer, but also make it faster. We can get people out of their cars and onto their bike and not driving to work. Then people who need to drive their trip will be faster. Fewer people will need parking at the end. So still a lot to go in infrastructure development. Yeah,
we have. Just on that topic, I used to, when I had a real job, the guy, my next door neighbour, and I worked in the same office building, and I always rode to work unless it was absolutely pouring down. And we'd often be going up the driveway at the same time. And his role actually required him to drive. He was a work safe inspector, so he had to go out to sites. And I'd take that as a personal challenge to beat him to the office, get changed, and be waiting in the foyer with a coffee.
And you're right, Matt. There are a lot of people who do need to drive. There's people with tools. There's people with really small children. There's a lot of people or people with mobility issues. A lot of people really need to drive. And for all of us to be in there because we're scared, because there's not enough space on the road for us, because there's not protected infrastructure, that's a problem in the way we use our roads. So yeah, that's definitely more of the work for the foundation to come.
Yeah, awesome. Congratulations on the fantastic work that you've done, Marilyn. And the Meter Matters, it's the beginning.
Absolutely. Thanks so much, Matt. And good luck with the rest of your ride today. 90
Ks to go.
Good luck with it. Thanks
She's
for the chat.
At me.
I am. See you, Matt.
Awesome. Dr. Johnson doing fantastic work with the Amy Gillett Foundation and a huge contribution to the Meter Matters passing. I'm about to be joined by Minister Ben Carroll, who's warming up on the bike. He's just off to my left. He's the Victorian Minister for Public Transport, Minister for Roads and Road Safety, and has played a massive role in giving that final tick and getting us across the line with the meter matters. We got you on board yet, Ben? But can everybody else hear you? He's on his way. He's connecting. Bear with me while I also try and stretch the legs a little bit. Hopefully you're all enjoying the ride. I've got 21 Ks down. I need to have a drink, actually. Make sure you stay on top of the fluids. You can really easily get dehydrated on these stationary rides, as you all know. Oh, I'm in 51st position. Magic number 51. Famous number in cycling. Worn by Eddie Merckx when he won the Tour, Anquetil, Bernard Thévenet, and Pedro Delgado. It looked nice where Anthony was for the Great Ocean Road Cycling Club. Just waiting to get the camera working for Minister Ben Carroll. Then we'll have a chat to him. If you have just joined us online, it was good to hear from Mary Safe earlier today, the mother of Amy Gillett. Both Mary and Dennis, Amy's parents, they're keen cyclists. They get to ride the Amy Gillett Bikeway, which is in Adelaide, which has recently received some funding for an extension. Mary said she wants to be at the opening of that extension, above the ground rather than under the ground. They're Mary's words, not mine. A nice little group that I'm riding with. So those of you, L. James and Omara, look after me. I need some wheels to sit. Also using this as a little bit of a training ride. At the end of November, I'm heading up to Beechworth to do the hunger ride for the Victorian Food Bank. It's a charity event to raise awareness and to raise funds for people a little less fortunate who can't put food on the table. It's a 174 kilometre ride, starts in Beechworth, go up Mount Buffalo, and then come the back way.
Here we go.
To Beechworth, and it's a big climb to get back. Minister Ben Carroll now joins us. He's just actually all of 2.5 metres to my left. Good morning, Ben.
Good morning, Matt. Good to be here, supporting the Amy Gillett Gran Fondo, albeit virtually. It's a wonderful event.
It all counts, virtually or otherwise, because you have done plenty of riding. You've done a few around the bays in a day, I believe.
I have, Matt, including the windy one a few years ago. A great event, but just incredible, you know, starting off at before dawn and getting home late at night, that particular one. I've got my gear on. I ride with the local crew too, Rapido Cycles. We do what's called the shop to the airport ride, Saturday mornings, and I've actually got a few mates that belong at Brunswick as well. So it's a great sport, but we've got to make it safer as well, and it's a great way to commute to work or to school.
I heard that hesitation in your voice about that windy edition. I remember that windy edition. And I know Rapido Cyclists, those guys from Rapido, they've spent a lot of time actually having people that go to their shop race here at Brunswick, do the Northern Combine, and you're the member for Nidri.
That's exactly right, Matt. Yes, so right in my backyard, I do have the Maribyrnong Trail, but Saturday morning, it's one of my great joys to get on the bike, go with the local community, out to a couple of towers at the airport at Tullamarine, and then we come back and have a coffee in Keilor Road, and great way to start the weekend, great way to wind down from the week as well. And since I've been the Transport Minister also, I've been trying to make sure I ride to work as well, as much as I can, and it's just great to, no better way to start the day.
So for the cycling community, they're absolutely delighted to hear the Transport Minister, or the Minister for Public Transport, Roads and Safety, actually riding to work, because often those of us in the public, we think, this person's in control of that portfolio. They've got no real world experience. You've got real world experience.
That's exactly right, Matt. And one of the most important things for a politician, for a minister, for a member of parliament, is to have that real world experience, but to also be evidence-based. And we know of the work of the Amy Gillard Foundation. I heard you talk about Mary and Dennis before, Amy's parents, and I haven't met them in person, but albeit I've seen them virtually. And to hear how the foundation over the past 15, 20 years has been doing such important work, and it's also Melbourne-based as well. So as Transport Minister, I'm very committed to supporting the work of the foundation. And we know coming out of COVID, the uptake in cyclists and people more and more on bikes, it's most important that we do the safety part of it and also build more lanes as well. Because having the three portfolios gives me a great oversight, Matt, of roads, road safety and public transport. And to be honest, through COVID, we've seen a real shift away from public transport. And there has been a flight to motor vehicles, and we've got to try and convert that into other sustainable modes of transport, like cycling, like walking, active transport at the end of the day.
We have seen in that period the abandonment of public transport, I understand, because of COVID, but there's also been a shift towards more people riding bikes, and some people have referred to bikes as the new toilet paper. Bike shops can hardly keep up with demand. What can we do to maintain that momentum? People who have started riding for the first time since they had their driver's license, to keep them on bikes.
I think there's a multi-pronged approach that's required, Matt, and it's not lost on me that I'm cycling here today, and it's predominantly men that are cycling with me. We really do need to push up the safety side of it. A lot of the data and the evidence I get, one of the turn-offs essentially for females is that safety component. So I believe if we can pass the laws, make it safer, really put a lot of emphasis through organisations like the Transport Accident Commission on cyclist safety, that we can really then get more people on the bikes and make it sustainable. I think there's a real opportunity too for youngsters riding to school, but also too for myself as the Road Safety Minister, with young people getting their licences for the first time as well, about the importance of cyclists and the shared road. I think one of the things that has come out of COVID has been a real appreciation for the road space and the curbside as well, that no longer is it just a piece of bitumen. It is such a valuable community asset. And we're seeing that more and more with low traffic neighbourhoods, dare I say outdoor dining as well, that there's a real momentum shift on how people see the road network and its best use and values.
I think that's a really important shift, because one of the biggest challenges we face as cyclists is the constant debate about rego and the perception that registration pays for road infrastructure, as opposed to all of our taxes paying for road infrastructure. And cyclists actually have a right to use the roads the same way as a pedestrian does or a motorist does, and a right to use it safely.
That's exactly right. And cyclists, if you go back in the Australian community, have been using our roads for well over 100 years before the motor vehicle, in many respects, back when it was still horse and carriage. And cycling is one of those modes of transport that also can help some of our most vulnerable. Not everyone can afford a car in today's day and age. Not everyone can afford the petrol. And if you look at the history of the bike in Australia, it has been one of those sustainable, equitable forms of transport that is so vitally important. So we do have a real opportunity here. One of the things I talk to my department regularly about is how do we use the COVID experience to come back better? That means how do we come back better on our road network? How do we come back better on our public transport network? How do we incentivise, things like off-peak travel? How do we incentivise more sustainable forms of transport, whether it be cycling or walking? So it's a great opportunity, and it's a worldwide shift we're seeing. So I spent a lot of time looking at what happens in New York, and I've just been reading, my nighttime reading's been the Jeanette Sadiq Khan book, Street Fight. You may be aware of it. She's the head of, or she was the head under Michael Bloomberg on active transport and transportation in New York. And they can do it in New York. I say they can do it in Nidri, but I also say we can do it in Melbourne, Victoria.
I like that. From New York to Nidri to Melbourne. There's a great quote from Sir Winston Churchill: never waste a crisis.
Yeah.
That's exactly where we are at the moment. You spoke about kids before. I've got an 8-year-old and a 10-year-old, and I want them to be able to ride to school safely. But it's as a parent, I don't want them to ride to school on their own, because I want to shepherd them to school. They've still got a lot of work to do in that space of making it safe for kids to ride.
There is, Matt, and we know with young people, and I was actually a former youth justice minister, so we also know with brain development that while they're young is the most opportune time to really get the targeted messages into the young people. I've also got an opportunity, I'm reforming sort of license testing and things like that. That's also an opportunity to really talk to young people about different modes of transport, that it is a shared space. But also too, you know, Amy Gillett are very good at talking about, you know, be considerate, be conscientious, be mindful, all those sort of really important life skills that you transfer with your daily habits when you get on the two wheels. And the other thing is, Matt, and I was just having a talk to a few friends here today, is other modes of sustainable transport are really on our doorstep. You know, and I'm talking about scooters, and I've got a young one at home too, and the scooter's second nature to her. She'll be riding a bike in no time, but that's another area where I think government and us as legislators need to be very mindful of how they will change and in some ways disrupt the road space and what we need to do for it.
So in terms of what you've done, you've also, in addition to the Meter Matters, you've secured an extra $13 million worth of funding for that road infrastructure, which was an announcement that I know brought a smile to a lot of faces of Victorian bike riders, not cyclists, but general bike riders.
That's exactly right, Matt. And I do want to thank, you know, Amy Gillett. Dan Knipe was pretty good at sending me an email if New South Wales government had done something or something like that. And I must say, we also have another upcoming budget, and I am working very hard to really build on that investment. There's a real partnership approach, I think, when it comes to cycling infrastructure and bike lanes with the local government sector as well. That's vitally important. But I think we're really seeing our great city, our great state really start to really boldly reshape how we do community transport. I actually rode with a friend on the Maribyrnong Trail yesterday, and to see how some of the big infrastructure projects like the Metro Tunnel, the Westgate Tunnel, are really embracing significant cycleways as an important component of those big transport projects, I think is a real game shifter for us and enormous potential as well.
Yeah, what you have done in your time as the Minister for Public Transport, Minister for Roads and Road Safety has been greatly appreciated by the cycling community. And I can assure you, not sure if I speak on behalf of everybody, but certainly on behalf of myself, I love that we've got a minister in this position who does it, who gets it, and is making progress. So Minister Carroll, thanks for your support.
Thanks, Matt. And thank you to everyone's support out in the community too. The cycling community is very active. It's, I've got to say too, it's been very kind to me as well. And, you know, when you're a minister trying to get things done, we can all be a bit impatient, want things done tomorrow. But Amy Gillett, under the leadership of Dan Knipe, all the members, the board, right through to Monash University are evidence-based, and they've done a great job in supporting me in terms of advocacy and why a meter does matter and why it will save lives. And to see Mary and Dennis virtually recently, what this means to them in memory of Amy, I think said it all to me, and it's why we've got to build on it. So thanks, Matt, and thanks to everyone that's been involved.
Well said, Minister Carroll. And on that note, it's a perfect segue into the CEO of the Amy Gillett Foundation, Mr. Email himself, who likes to remind Minister Carroll of when New South Wales are doing things well. Dan, welcome back.
Yeah, thanks, Matt, and thanks, Ben. And I'm just...
How are your emails going, Dan?
Yeah, good.
Ben's inbox is just getting overloaded.
Yeah. I'm loving hearing the chat with you guys, and some of the things that Ben has done. Matt, you know, Amy Gillett Foundation. We've been working around the whole country. It was 2009 when the foundation first started looking at A Metre Matters, and it's been a long slog to get it around the country, but Victoria was the last state. Every other state had done it. Now our major ride is along the Great Ocean Road. Amy used to train in Victoria. Our head office is in Victoria. So there was sort of this feeling of failure because Victoria hadn't got across the line. Suddenly Ben Carroll's come in, and just there's been action quickly. So we're so grateful to the Minister for the work that he's done. The fact that he's a cyclist, that he knows what we're dealing with for safety issues. Yeah, we're just really grateful to see this become a national program under Ben's guidance.
So what was the celebration like for you when it did pass in Victoria?
Oh, it was huge. I don't know if you've seen the video of Mary. She was in tears.
Yeah,
and she didn't believe
it.
It's the same with Dr. Johnson, who was on before. There was just really there was such skepticism, but we ended up doing some Zoom celebration drinks, where we had Mary and Dennis, Phil and Annie Anderson jumped on. We had a bunch of old board members like Duncan, the first chair, range of ex-CEOs like Tracy Gaudry. Yeah, it was fantastic. So we had a Friday night Zoom drinks to celebrate.
You've also been really excited about the addition of temporary bike lanes and infrastructure, in the hope that, rightly so, that sets the tone for permanent infrastructure.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're so excited to see the 100 kilometres that's been announced in Victoria. New South Wales was leading in this space, and they've done about 45 kilometres. So for Victoria to suddenly do 100K, Queensland is starting to do some. I love the conversation you and Minister Carroll were having around the kids going to school. And it's the same for my kids. If I don't let them cycle to school, because most of the way they've got to take a road that's just got a painted line. Yeah. So if they make a small mistake when they're cycling, or if a driver makes a small mistake, they're going to get hit. So there's just got to be a barrier. You just have to have a separated barrier. And it's the same. Minister Carroll was talking about women cycling. My wife cycled everywhere in Amsterdam. She doesn't feel safe in Melbourne because it's just a line of paint. Again, a small error shouldn't lead to someone dying. So the separated lanes just make it safer, not just for cyclists, but it makes the drivers more comfortable. And overwhelming majority of cyclists drive as well. It's not two groups. It's the same group. And people also ask us about why temporary. Why aren't you supporting permanent bike lanes? Well, the thing with temporary is you can get it in really quickly. You can get it in cheaply. If it's working, great. Let's make it permanent. If it's not working, well, let's try another road. So it's about finding the right roads as well, so that you've got the right infrastructure. And also, you don't want to have it so that you just have one council doing the road and then it stops. You know, you see so much infrastructure at the moment where there's a nice bike lane and then it just vanishes. That's councils not communicating well. And having temporary, cheap infrastructure means we can link it up better.
Yeah, there's the knock-on effect of that as well, which I'm sure you can write an email to Minister Carroll's not counterpart, one of his colleagues, Minister Foley, about the benefits of cycling on the health budget.
So I got to work a lot with Minister Foley because I worked in mental health for the last 4 years before I worked at Amy Gillett Foundation. And there's so much research that if you just go for a ride, if you just go for a run, It's the same as taking an antidepressant. You've got all these mental health benefits, but you've also got a lot of physical health benefits. So at the mental health organisation I was working at, we were dealing with teenagers going through schizophrenia, psychosis, and the typical outcome, typical side effect for some of the medication they were taking was a 14-kilo weight gain in a few months. You go back to when you're a teenager and you imagine having a 14-kilo weight gain. And some of the work we did was when these kids came in to get treatment, they were given an exercise physiologist. So immediately, as well as having a psychiatrist, a case manager, you had someone that was just working on their fitness, taking them for a bike ride, taking them for a walk. And you saw immediate effects, immediate benefits. And the research in there is showing that even if you just go for a light walk with them, you're getting outcomes. So that there's so much research and evidence in that area, and the mental health benefits and the physical health benefits. But it seems like that's not shifting. That's still not what's causing everything to change. COVID is going to be how we get some change. And then they're going to start seeing the benefits in the other areas. So if that's how it needs to happen, we're okay with that. And yeah, Amy Gillett Foundation's pretty excited about what the next year is going to hold as far as changes we can make and safety elements that we can get done in each state. So we're so grateful for the support and the number of people that help us, that donate to us, that allow us to do the work that we do. You know, this is obviously a fundraising event for us, but it's also just a wonderful opportunity for everyone to get together. And while we're here, Matt, I know you're working very hard. You're puffing. You shouldn't have to talk while you're riding. You know, you would never see this in the Tour de France. We're so grateful for your time that you've come out, that you're riding, that you've interviewed. I know you've still got another hour and a half of cycling to go, and we've got the Telstra guys with Duncan Armstrong and Sandy Woolley jumping on. But we really wanted to thank you for your help and what you do for the cycling community.
Thanks, Dan. It's an absolute pleasure to be a part of it. It's done out of self-interest. So the guy who got me into cycling was a guy by the name of Jim Fawcett. Jim Fawcett was a member of the Coburg Cycling Club, just a little bit further down Bell Street. Jim was a friend of my parents. He was a premiership player for Preston in the VFA, played district cricket for Paran, and he won a Melbourne at Yarrawonga. Had 5 kids. Sadly, on the 1st of April 1987, he was hit by a bus and killed on his way to work. Now, his daughter was my childhood sweetheart. We did our debutante ball together and so on. And hearing stories about Jim, and we used to go on family holidays with them, and seeing photos of him around the house, it was my inspiration to take up cycling. I want cycling safer as part of his legacy as well. He was my inspiration to ride. My life is infinitely better because of cycling. So the work that you're doing is really important to me, and that's why I'm here. Thanks for having me. I'll leave you to hand it over to the Telstra guys, and I'll try and get this last 82 Ks done.
Yeah, wonderful, Matt. I one last question, and we're so grateful to have your help. Duncan's not riding. You've just done an hour of commentating and riding. Duncan's going to jump on. He's obviously a very avid cyclist. He's not riding. Do you think that's poor form? Like should we?
Duncan Armstrong is resting on his laurels. He wins 1 Olympic Games gold medal. He gets the better of Matt Biondi, and he thinks he doesn't have to ride. Duncan Armstrong, he's in Queensland, right? He can't come and catch me. Lift your game.
Yeah, no, and was the quote I heard from you was that Duncan was really good for 200 meters, but then he was done. Was that right?
He's an icon of Australian sport. He's a fantastic guy. He does a lot for cycling. And the beauty of Duncan is he's got the sort of character where you can have a bit of fun with him, a lot of fun. You're going to enjoy the next hour with Duncan and Sandy.
Yeah, absolutely. And I had the joy of joining the Telstra group recently for one of their rides. And it's a fantastic group. Sandy, Di, and Duncan.
I'm showing the right way.
They're very passionate. They get a lot of people together. The only thing is they got me on, and it was the week after Phil Liggett, which I think is just a really mean thing to do. Like
what are you doing, Dan? You're giving Duncan the right of reply. That wasn't the idea. There was no opportunity for the right of reply.
Just keep peddling, Keenan. Just keep peddling, brother. I think
that's what I'm trying to do.
Yeah, I think you need to close your mouth for a little bit more speed and power through the pedals, please.
Middle child syndrome, Duncan.
Yeah, exactly. You really play that part beautifully, so keep it up.
Enjoy the ride, everybody. You're in safe hands with Sandy and Duncan. I'm going to try and get the next 80 Ks done. For those of you anywhere near me, wait, please.
Mate, you're going really, really well, Matt. That sweat dripping off you is just makes my Sunday fly.
What would Laurie
so
say to me now?
He'd say, take no prisoners. 80 cases to go is nothing. You know, someone's got to win this today. It might as well be you, Keenan. Let's go. Take no
All right, I'm
prisoners.
motivated. I'm over and out.
All right, buddy. Hey, g'day, Dan. Real privilege to be here, mate. So thank you so much. It was just great to listen over the last hour to Matt and all his guests, especially the minister, and how that set you up.
Hardest working man here.
Yeah, look at this. So this is our agent provocateur on the ground at the velodrome. This is Sandy Woolley, everybody. And we're joined in the background by Diane Hannon. I don't know if Di's going to put her camera on, but Di and I are up in Brisbane, and it's just an absolute privilege to join in the Amy Gillett ride today and do our very, very best with everybody online. So you're looking good, mate. Sandy, it looks like it's a little bit cool there. So give us a little bit of an update.
No,
we're going to go over to Anthony in a minute for an update on the Great Ocean Road. But what's it like?
It's beautiful down here, Duncan. It's always beautiful in Melbourne.
Better than Queensland.
Getting some heckling from Mr. Cannon. We'll walk away from him. We have State Minister for Public Transport here, Ben, who we've heard from, and we'll hear more from him. Great support. So we're all firing down here, Duncan. It's going well.
Yeah, it is going well. And we'll just reiterate also that we're believing in raising $150,000 today for the foundation, and it's going to help all the great work that we've been talking about over the last hour to make our roads safe for cyclists. Now, on the program, at around about this time, we've got that we're going to go for another update on the Great Ocean Road by Anthony. I'm not too sure if Anthony's on, but Anthony, of course, is part of the Great Ocean Road Cycling Club, a wonderful organisation, and some of the riders who usually go in Amy's Gran Fondo. And so the community of about 250 plus who love their riding, and they host their rides, host their catch-up. So if you're listening and you're out there and you want to hook up with a really, really great group of riders, then the Great Ocean Road Cycling Club is for you. Anthony, are you with us? Not at this stage. I tell you what, Sandy, sitting up here in Brisbane, you know, in the freedom bubble that we've had that Victoria hasn't enjoyed, seeing those cyclists behind you going around the velodrome is pretty exciting stuff. That's amazing. It's a wonderful
velodrome. It's a great facility here in Brunswick. And Ag Giramondo's done a great job in his role, president. It's one of the leading clubs around. One of the female national champions, Sarah Gigante, comes from Brunswick. Very proud moment for Ag when that actually happened a couple of years ago.
Okay, so we'll just let everybody know. I know that we were sledged by the great Matt Keenan coming into our 60 minutes of glory that we're into right now, Sam. And Dan sort of like was complaining about the fact that he had to follow Phil Liggett on a little thing that we've been doing for 30 weeks to combat that COVID shutdown called Telstra Connected Cycling. And it's just basically a passionate group of Telstra employees, which you and I are both. We have a passion for the bike. We have a passion to connect with people, and of course technology, which is what Telstra's all about. So we got together on a virtual ride on a Wednesday morning 30 weeks ago when everyone was sent home with our beautiful children to homeschool. And so it's turned into a Wednesday morning inspo shot, starting from about 6, 7 o'clock in the morning with the virtual ride. And we're going to get back to that because I think we've got Anthony. You're out on the Great Ocean Road, mate. Do you want to give us an update on what's happening in that beautiful part of the world? I tell you, you do know how to take a good selfie, Anthony. That looks great.
Good morning, guys.
So what's happening out there, mate?
Well, it's fairly quiet today, surprisingly enough. There's cyclists going by every couple of minutes, and probably a few more motorcycles than you'd expect on the Great Ocean Road when you're going to, especially when Amy's is on. But it's a beautiful day for riding any day down here. So, yeah, I hope you're all jealous, and we really are looking forward to seeing you all next year.
Yeah, we are very jealous because it is one of those significant rides anywhere in the world. And to have such a beautiful day, and what makes it more beautiful for you guys, of course, is the shutdown is almost over. No cases today at all. I saw the ABC this morning because we had a Queensland state election up here last night. So I got up very early just to see basically if the government had changed. It hasn't. Anastasia Palaszczuk is going to continue on as our Premier up here in Queensland. And I wanted to see what the weather was doing down there. So you guys, when you do get out, and no cases reported in Victoria, which is awesome. But here you are, Anthony, and you're living large, mate. And it's surprising that you don't have more people with you. I thought half of Melbourne would be down there.
Well, Melbourne hasn't opened up just yet, so there's still the Iron Curtain, as it is. That comes down Monday week. So there's lots of locals down here. They're all out and about. They're mainly doing. They've been down here. Been pretty good. They're all doing small rides, small groups on the road, just having fun. There's been about 5 or 6 groups I've seen just riding down here this morning. Just behind me, I've got Mount Defiance there. I actually was going to take the shot from up there, which is the last hill when you're doing the loop, but there's no sorry about this. There's no Telstra reception, so I had to come back down here to do the Zoom. But it's beautiful down here. It's a bit chill, great temperature for riding the Amy Loop today.
Yeah, I'm sure you're mistaken. You're probably on Vodafone, mate. So we'll take that on the chin, and you put it in the complaints box with everything else. And we'll get right on. We'll get right onto it. Hey, it must be surreal. 10 years of the Amy Gillett Gran Fondo, and you find yourself without that enormous crowd and without that participation. How do you feel emotionally about that? Because you've been part of the whole deal, and the Great Ocean Road Cycling Club is really entrenched with the Amy Gillett Foundation.
Yeah, you really do miss it down here. At first it was quite exciting when you were down here and they stopped the buses with all the tourists on them, and that was nice because all of a sudden the road freed up a bit and you had it all more to yourself, and there was that sort of selfish joy about that. But to be honest, as it's dragged on, we're really missing sort of all of our friends from Melbourne and around around Victoria that join us down here for the ride. It's such a part of the landscape now. Every year you build up to it. People are training, you know how they're going, and on the day what their plans are for the ride, and then it's all a bit quiet. A bit different.
Anthony, I love that word on your jersey just there, Roulier. It speaks volumes about riding in that part of the world. That is just a real adventure. It really is a stark route that I guess every cyclist, if you're worth anything, has to go and do it.
Oh, absolutely. You wouldn't want to pass up the Great Ocean Road. I've been lucky enough to go around on a few tours around cycling in France and Italy and Spain, and this is one of the best you can do. And it's just beautiful down here. Get down and have a coffee down at Wye River today, and the scenery is great. Haven't seen a koala today, but seen lots of the native birds and wildlife. Even a few snakes out and about. So you've got to be surprisingly early in the season for them. But it's all happening. The kangaroos out in the fields. You can see at the top of the hills. It's pretty fun. This is a nice little kit too, keeping me warm today.
Yeah, fantastic. Well, reach out to the Great Ocean Road Cycling Club if you're down in that part of the world. I'm sure they'll have a group going somewhere at all times of the day. If you're a tourist or if you've never done it, you've got to tick that box and do the Great Ocean Road. It is a beautiful ride, and it's got a great club led by Anthony. And thank you very much for being part of our latest update on the Gran Fondo.
Not led by me, but I'm happy to help with the group. So but everyone is welcome down, and over summer particularly, 7 o'clock in the morning, meet us for a ride start out of Lawn. And we look forward to seeing you there.
Fantastic. We'll go back to the velodrome now. Thanks very much, Anthony. Stay safe, mate. Stay upright.
Cheers.
Okay. So there you go. Sandy, have you ever done the Great Ocean Road, mate? Are you back online?
Yeah, I have.
Am I just talking to myself?
No, I'm back. No, I'm back here still, Duncan. The Amy Gran Fondo, the Amy Gillett Ground, if I can say it, the AGF Gran Fondo is one of the great events that I've done about 5 times. So very disappointing not to be able to be there for the 10th year, but I'll be back there for next year for sure. It's a great ride. Obviously, it's an opportunity to qualify for UCI. Got to make that 25%, top 25% in your age group. And I am working hard all the time just to be average. I'm a long way to go there.
Mate, can you just tell Matt Keenan that he will go a lot faster if he stops talking? Like, I'm just watching him over your shoulder there, and he's just terrorising his mate on the wind trader there.
I actually have to say, Matt Keenan has done a great job. The only guy who's got the tech going, talking, interviewing, he's got it all. He was all over it this morning. I'm much smarter than Matt Keenan, you see. I got off the bike. I'm dressed to look good, and I don't have to worry about actually being any good at all.
Yeah. No, that's good. That's very, very good. Well, we're building up to a chat with one of our favourite riders, Sandy, like Phil Anderson, almost the godfather of Australian cycling for our era, that's for sure. I know Oppie was before him and all that kind of thing. But we're just waiting for Phil's video to come through at the moment. Thank you very much for that update. But Phil came on the Telstra Connected Cycling for a chat around about probably 15 weeks ago, right in the middle of COVID, and had a fascinating chat. And the funny thing was, it was the first time Phil had actually been on Zwift. Okay, so Telstra Connected Cycling is a Zwift ride as well as an interview. And I think he's coming up now, so we shouldn't sledge him too much. But Phil is a genius, a competitive genius. It doesn't matter how old he is now. He got on that Zwift ride, and all he did was race and race and race. And all I kept on doing saying, it's an interview, it's an interview, it's an interview. And mate, it was the funniest thing in the world, because as an avatar would come past him on Zwift, he would just literally take off on the pedals, and whatever point he was making was gone. But hopefully he's not pedaling too hard this morning. Are you on, Phil? Can you hear me?
Yes, Duncan, I'm here. Yeah, mate. Can you hear me?
Hey, look at you, off the bike. How are you, mate?
Good. I'm out in the field, so I was started off pretty slow, so I had to pick up the pace a bit. So I'm looking a little fatigued.
No worries.
But yeah,
where
I'm
exactly are you?
Yeah, I'm on the Great Ocean Road, where it's scene of the crime, where the Gran Fondo comes through, and this would be about 25 kilometres from the end of the long course. A place called Cape Pattons. I live only a few hundred metres from here, actually, so I thought I didn't think I'd do it from the bedside table. I'll take you out here, but yeah, it's a beautiful spot. It's one of the highest spots along the coast here, and beautiful part of the world. And I just feel like I'm treating life every time I get out here for a ride on this beautiful loop.
And morning, Phil. It's Sandy. Good to see you. Good to see you.
Good on you, Sandy.
And you just finished a great 6-day or 7-day bike packing trek with Annie?
That's right, yeah. We've gone around sort of Western Victoria. So it was a wonderful loop. So it took us up to the Grampians, and some beautiful country. And of course, the roads are pretty quiet, and met some wonderful people, some country pubs and accommodations along the road. It's beautiful.
Must have been so refreshing, mate.
Well, yeah. I mean, I feel very fortunate living in the country that we haven't got the restrictions that Melbourneites have. But it won't be long, and they'll be joining us, and we'll all be getting on with a more normal life.
Well, your life on the bike is so fascinating. Everything that you do, is around the bike. And one of the things you've done, you're the patron of the AGF. You're a patron of the Amy Gillett Foundation. So how did you come in contact with her? We all know Amy's story, of course, and the tragedy and things like that. Did you know Amy personally before the accident and things like that, or was it something you became aware of, more of Amy's story afterwards?
No, look, the only way I knew of her was through interviewing her. I used to do a bit of coverage with SBS, and doing some of the criteriums and some of the women's races around Victoria. But yeah, I didn't really come into contact with the foundation. It was in the very early days when Simon Gillett, her husband, contacted me and told me a little bit about his plans. Together with Duncan Murray, talking about the plans to not just see a life wasted, but to have a huge message and try and change the culture that we all suffer with here in Australia.
Absolutely. And I guess it totally aligns with your beliefs about the dangers on the road, and it totally aligns because as a champion cyclist yourself and a legend of the sport, you'd get invited to do a lot of things, from patron to ambassador stuff to represent both charities and businesses and corporations, and use your name and amazing image around all of that. But I'd say that being the patron of the AGF was something that's really big on your agenda and your credentials as something super important.
No, of course. I think anybody that rides on the road is aware of the dangers. But here in Australia, particularly, it hasn't got the culture behind the sport that that they have in Europe. Where people grow up with everybody in the family, riding at some stage in their life, and quite a few people race, which is wonderful. But just as a form of transport. So, yeah, Australia being a relatively young country, especially when it comes to cycling, there isn't that culture. And so, to change the mindset, it's really against the tide, and it's a matter of just taking, there are two tides a day. It's going to take some time. But even if it takes a generation or two generations, we just want this beautiful place where we live. We want to be able to share the road safely and make sure us and our loved ones and our friends, get home safely and don't have to live with that fear.
Yeah, the AGF has taken some great steps in the community to change that culture that you're talking about.
Yeah, no, I think there definitely has been a change in the last decade. I see, I retired back in '94, and I remember going out for a ride, doing a few beach road rides, the Hell Ride, and there was just the culture was so bad amongst the cyclists, and I think that's where we had to start. Change the way the riders respect other road users, and we've seen that a lot. There's still a long way to go, but a red light didn't mean anything to a cyclist on a quiet morning. It was ridiculous. And in Europe, it was no different. But, I think in Europe, the cars almost expect there to be some idiots out there on bikes. But here in Australia, it's unacceptable. And, that had to change. And it has changed an awful lot. I'm proud to see the changes that have taken place, the efforts that the cyclists have undertaken, and the relationship with the drivers is certainly improving a lot. There's going to be a long way to go, because there's more and more cyclists on the road, and just when we sort of make one step, we've got to just keep pushing, and it's and it's wonderful to see how many riders there are out there now. It's just it's just blossoming, and I think that now with what's happened, globally in the last 12 months, I think, cycling is just going to, it's just going to be, it's just going to come more to the forefront. And I think that's going to bring our cause and every cyclist cause forward and give it more weight and momentum in what we're trying to achieve, which is just a safer place to ride.
Yeah, you're right, mate. I think it's a real moment for the world of cycling, for cycling right around the world. It's a real moment, isn't it? Because, you've been part of Hawthorn Cycling Club. We've just talked to the Great Ocean Road Cycling Club. And that change you're seeing in clubland a great deal about how cyclists are approaching basically how they cycle, how they interact with traffic, how they interact with even, red lights and things like that. The club has got a major part to play in that. And clubland has never been healthier. Like you just said, there's an explosion of activity. And then they put the pandemic on top of it. And, one of the silver linings in the pandemic, it's a real moment for bicycling and cycling globally.
No, it is. We have to run with the ball. It's, the pandemic has been terrible, what's happened around the world. It's been a huge wake-up call on so many different levels. But for cycling, we've got to see this as a bit of a blessing that we can hopefully appeal to the authorities, to the governments, and get more support for what we're trying to achieve. To get extra bike lanes, to get a place in in communities where riders can ride safely, whether it's lanes or parking areas for our bikes, secure places. Not just in the cities, but also in the countries. It's wonderful when you click on a Google map and you hit the cycleways tab, and there's becoming more and more of those little green lines around the maps all around the world, but here in Australia it's great where there's cycling friendly avenues through different areas, whether it's urban or country. It's great. And the weight which the foundation carries is only improving that.
Phil and Duncan, what? Yeah.
Go on.
I was just going to say, Phil, I think you're absolutely spot on. It's important that this increase, and you can actually see behind me here, we've got a bunch of the Brunswick cycling group members, all young kids. They've been around Kew Boulevard this morning, and they are obviously the future of cycling in Australia, and keeping them safe as they go out on the road is imperative. We actually still have 10 cyclists die every month, and that's obviously way too much. With the increase from probably 4 million people riding a bike every month in Australia to doubling that through COVID, as we come out of COVID, obviously cycling infrastructure is hugely important, and I can't agree with you more, Phil. It's just wonderful to see the work that the Amy Gillett Foundation is doing. Now, Duncan, we should get on to talking a little bit about what happens with people's donations today. For every dollar they put in, what's happening there?
Well, we're getting a dollar match by a very, very generous donor, and so whatever dollar you donate today, it's going to be matched. So it's double the fund, double the money, and we're, like I said, we're really believing that we're going to raise $150,000 today. So if you are listening or you are pedaling, and you're listening to the great Phil Anderson on the show right now, after listening to Matty Keenan and our politicians and Dan and Sandy and myself, and you feel motivated, please give to the Amy Gillett Foundation. Every single dollar you donate right now is going to be matched, so it's double the fun time. Yes, Sandy?
Yes, and I've got, as I say, Minister Ben Carroll, who is here. He and I had a little chat before, and little does Matt Keenan know, but Minister Carroll and I have actually agreed that for the max watts that Matt Keenan puts out on his ride today, we will donate 10 cents for every watt. So I think, Matt, you've got a 1,400, 1,500 max watts on there, haven't you? So let's see what we can do here. Matt Keenan's going to wind it up for us, and I fear for how much it's going to cost me. Come here, Mrs. Carroll. Here we go. I'm going to read it out. What do we got here? Come on. 11.24, 11.24. 11.26, well done. That's not too bad, we'll take it. So we're up for $112.60, well done. And we'll double that. So straight away, Matt Keenan has just, with his work, contributed $500 to the Amy Gillett Foundation effort today.
Well, that's the most he's been paid for his cycling ever. So that's fantastic. That's why. Hey, Phil, you got on Zwift this year for the first time. How are you going with that? Are you a Zwift junkie now, or what? A Zwift addict?
I still haven't gone out and bought a trainer yet, so I think my account's on pause. But I mean it's a great format, and I've never really needed encouragement to get on the bike. But yeah, for a lot of people that live in city and don't have the time that a retired pro might have, I think it's excellent. It's stimulating. It's better than just looking at the garage wall in a closed space. I think it's it's sort of midway between gaming and exercise, and it's great. Like, a lot of people need that motivation. They need personal trainers. They need somebody screaming in their ear. Something like this is fantastic.
I tell you what's fantastic. That backdrop, mate, is very, very dramatic. It looks awesome. How good is that?
Yeah, no, it's it's like I said, it's a beautiful spot here in Cape Patton, and there's actually a cave halfway down there, which I've gone in a couple of times with some friends, and it's it's halfway up the cliff and it's a water cave. So you go in there and you have to paddle. You have to take a little inflatable boat and you paddle through, and actually comes under the road here and goes into this cliff up behind me. And it's bloody scary because you're sharing the the cave with what seems like tens of thousands of bats. So there's all sorts of activities you can do down here in down the south coast on the Great Ocean Road. So anybody who wants to go bat caving, give me a call.
Yeah, no, I think the Wuhan flu sort of put an end to that for a little while. Hey, listen, safety was fairly close to your heart because, like, Annie was clipped by a mirror just a little while ago. That wasn't on your trip. That was earlier in this year, isn't it? Wasn't it?
Yeah,
your wife, Annie?
It was last November, so it was actually nearly just about 12 months ago. Yeah, so we were doing the right thing. There was a bunch of cars behind us, and we'd pull over the side of the road and onto the shoulder, and it wasn't, and there was a line of maybe 3 or 4 cars behind us. One of them was a camper, like a camping car, camper home. It wasn't a Jayco van, by the way. And the left-hand mirror clipped Annie, even though she was off the road. So it's it's taken her quite some time. In fact, even during our ride this week, she was suffering a little bit. She has because she did have short concussion for a few seconds, and she's still suffering somewhat from that. This week she was getting some headaches and that, and she can't really ride in a bunch with somebody in front of her because the concentration that takes, really can cause, some headaches and concentration. Yeah, so we were very lucky, and it was just a freakish accident, and So we want to make this place a safer place to ride, and the Great Ocean Roads are quite a windy, twisty road. There aren't sections of road where you can go really fast in the car. So, and I think there's a speed limit of 80, and most of the time you'll be driving less than 60 k's an hour. So you haven't got the dangers that you do on some of the faster, straighter roads. But so there's always going to be a danger.
Tell us about this. For a number of years, the Amy Gillett Foundation has done a Share the Road tour, and I know you have participated in a great number of those year after year. It hasn't happened for a little while. Last one was, I think, in 2018. Tell us a little bit about the messaging that would take place on those rides. Obviously, great fun to do, but you got around some of the schools.
We did. There's different. There's different messages that we carry through the Share the Road tour, and one of those was we would visit different schools along our route, and some of them were big schools with 500 students, and other schools they only had 10 kids, some of the tiny towns. And one of the disappointing things is we'd go into a town like Myrtleford. That was possibly the biggest school we had on our last Share the Road tour that we did, and there was maybe a count of 600-700 students there, and you go past the bike shed and there was only like half a dozen bikes in a town like Myrtleford. It's relatively flat around Myrtleford in the valley there. It's not a huge city. There aren't there's no major highways there, so there's no real reason why children couldn't be riding their bikes to school. Instead, their parents drive them, or they travel by bus. It was very disappointing. So when we go into a school like that, there's obviously the safety first. You always got to wear your helmet and have lights on your bike, make sure your bike is running. But also to go home to their parents and discuss what we were talking about, which is basically sharing the road, give cyclists some room when they come past them, when they're out on the rural roads in the district, and to try and get their parents to take them out and do Sunday rides, or just get out on the bike and experience what a wonderful sport or pastime cycling is.
Yeah, fantastic. Really worthy work, mate. Well, thanks for joining us for the virtual ride this morning. Amazing part of the world. Thank you for the update on the cave with the bats. That was the highlight. But great to have you.
No, there's one before he goes. There's one before he goes. Phil, is it true that on the Share the Road tour there was a sprint? I think there was a sprint that took place, and it got put on film. You lost. What happened there?
Oh, you're
Sandy,
cold, Sandy.
I think we're losing reception here, Sandy. It's a bit scratchy down here.
Yeah, well, it might, that's because you got an Optus phone, probably, Phil. So listen, we'll on that note, we'll let you go. Thank you for being the patron of the Amy Gillard Foundation. You do an amazing work. You're a legend of sport, and you're so available for all these good causes, especially road safety. So thank you, Phil Anderson. Great to talk to you this morning, and ride home safe.
Yeah, thanks Phil. Good to see you.
Good on you, mate. Thanks very much, boys.
No worries,
great
Phil.
job.
Thanks, buddy.
Bye now.
Appreciate it, mate. No worries at all.
Bye now.
Well, Sandy, see you, bud. Have we got a running total out there, Sandy, in terms of the velodrome? Have we got a number that we're chasing, that we're going along? We're believing in $150,000. I'm seeing you look around in consternation and confusion, which is your usual.
Absolutely. I'm going. I'm going to get a rundown on that, but obviously we are chasing. We're chasing 75,000, and with that doubling, we're hoping we're going to get there. Now, I've done my part with Senator Carroll with Matt Keenan to get $500 in the kick. So, you know, we're on track. So definitely, here we are. What have we got? Well, the minister's done it. He's made his donation. I'm too busy bumping my gums. We're going to come back to you with a running total shortly.
Okay, no worries. So we're now going to switch over to one of our big supporters federally, and that's going to be our co-chair of the Parliamentary Friends of Cycling to tell us all about that. He is a true blue mammal, like so many on the call. It's wonderful to have the member for Wentworth, Dave Sharma, MP. Dave, great to see you, mate, and thank you very much for joining. Yeah, great to see you. And great to talk about all things cycling, as us mammals love to do ad nauseum, much to the consternation of our wives. But just tell us a little bit about your cycling, mate. When did you come to cycling?
I think I started about 15 years ago in Canberra. I was living in Canberra. A friend convinced me to buy a bike. I think I bought a Greg LeMond steel frame bike.
Nice.
And I remember the very first day going to join this group. It was on the intersection of Northbourne Avenue, just near Dixon, and of course I was new to clip-in pedal, so pulled up. Hadn't met these guys before. They're thinking, here's a new bloke. Pull up and then just Crompy just fall sideways on my ass. That was it was a low esteem way to begin my cycling career. I've always felt like I've been having to make up for that since.
Well, David, shows that you've got great courage, mate, because once your ego takes the hit, I did that in front of a bus full of schoolgirls, unfortunately, on my first ride, and it took a lot for me to get back on my steel frame Scott. But so I feel your pain, and I'm glad you persevered with it. Polly's on bikes in Canberra is not new. We all go back to the budgie smugglers of Tony Abbott and more triathlon rather than cycling, but the Pollies have been, getting their Leica on for a long time, haven't they?
Yeah, you're right. And I think I actually just did there's an annual event called the Polly Pedal, which Tony Abbott started, I think it's about 18 years ago now, because I just did the 18th one with him a couple of weeks ago, where it went just sort of through the Southern Highlands down to Canberra and then down to Tumut to the Snowies. But no, there's a pretty a regular bunch that do this quite often. There's a group that goes out every Wednesday morning when Parliament's sitting that Steve Hodgman leads, who you guys probably know. And there's a pretty regular group that we all like to cycle together.
It does a lot because, politicians have to have high communication skills. You have to deliver your messages and things like that. The cycling must, be a great letting off the pressure to be able to go shoulder to shoulder down a road, speak to a mate. It must do a huge amount to restore you to do the high communication work and the hard work of federal politics.
I think it does, and it's also good because you cycle with people on the other side of the Parliament, the other side of the chamber, and it helps kind of build the social capital in those relationships because it's a pretty adversarial forum, Parliament at times. But when you do things socially together or outside the the glare of the cameras and the lights, it just makes those relationships a little easier. It means that we can get along and do stuff. So I actually think that's one of the best parts of it, is kind of just everyone's equal on the bike, right? Or people are different, measured by different metrics. It doesn't matter if you're a former Prime Minister or a backbencher, whether you're a Greens, a Labor, an Independent, a Liberal Member of Parliament, you're all, there united with a sort of a common passion and a common interest.
Yeah, there's a whole line there that I'm not going to pursue because we're doing the Amy Gillett Foundation this morning about kicking people off bikes. Anyway, tell us a little bit about the Parliamentary Friends of Cycling, because this is a bipartisan group that's really kicked off, and it's fascinating to look at just who's involved. The 19 pollies, or the 19 federal pollies that signed up within 24 hours of you guys forming this group. You're co-chair for this group. What is the group about? And I'll say the name again, it's the Parliamentary Friends of Cycling. What do you hope to achieve?
Yeah, look, that's right. So I was amazed. Andrew Lee and Helen Haynes. Andrew Lee's a Labor Member of Parliament in Canberra. Helen Haynes is an independent down at Indi in sort of rural Victoria. And we kicked this off, and there's a lot of these groups, right? There's parliamentary friends of all sorts of things. There's more parliamentary friends groups than there are parliamentarians, I think. But so people get a bit cynical about these things. But I was amazed at the level of interest we had when we launched this. People did sign up really quickly. And look, the group's just about highlighting and providing a forum for people who are interested in cycling as a sport, as a commute, as a healthy alternative, as a way to ease congestion on the roads, all these sorts of things. People are interested in cycling for lots of different reasons. People want their kids to ride to school. People like to do it for exercise. People would like more cycle so they can ride to work. It's about a forum to help sort of highlight some of those interests and make sure that our policies and laws and regulations are more cycling friendly and do encourage these sorts of things and facilitate it, because Australia has not really been, or the urban centres of Australia and the rural centres of Australia have not really been built with sort of cycling in mind. It's a bit of an adjunct, but we need to change that in how we think about future planning and future urban infrastructure.
Well, we had the Victorian Minister on this morning, as well as the legend just before you, Phil Anderson.
Phil Anderson,
it's the same message over and over and over and over again. We're behind the rest of the world in how we treat cyclists. We're behind the rest of the world with how we educate cyclists to treat drivers. So we've got this kind of battle and war going on that's been going a long time, and we're a long way behind the other developed countries in the world. And so what do you feel would be a win for the Parliamentary Friends of Cycling in the early days? Because now's the moment, COVID, the number of cyclists going to be hitting the road, the bike sales in Australia, bike stores are sold out. Yeah. So
look, I think a win would be to make sure that cycling features as a consideration whenever people are doing, road planning, urban infrastructure, new housing developments, new schools for that matter, new hospitals, new transport stations, that we're always thinking about, what about people who might cycle to and from this place? How would that work? Is there a place to leave bikes if it's a commuter stop? If we're building new transport, can it take bikes on it? Can you take your bike on the train or the light rail or whatever else? If there's schools, can we make sure that there's cycling access to these schools and not on an intersection where it's difficult to access? So I think it's just about making sure that it's built into all those sorts of considerations. And look, a lot of this stuff happens at local government level, state level, but also federal level. And federally, I guess the lever we've got to pull is funding. And I've been really pleased that through COVID, a lot of the shovel-ready sort of infrastructure project that we've been supporting, including in my part of Sydney and the eastern suburbs, has been the expansion of cycleways and cycling infrastructure, because it's a recognition that, in COVID, people are less keen to take high-density public transport, more keen to, they've got more flexible hours so they can move at different times so they don't have to go with the traffic. So making sure they've got a way to get to and from wherever they've got to get to for meetings or their CBD office, making sure they've got the facilities available, it's a big part of it.
It must
Dave,
be a big
it's
drive.
Sandy Woolley here.
Sorry,
Duncan. Right. Hi, Dave. I'm Sandy Woolley down here from Telstra Connected Cycling down at the Brunswick Velodrome. I've got all the crew here. Matt Keenan, you can see.
I can.
I think the interest in cycling, obviously through COVID, we've seen a massive. You can't get a bike, you can't get anything in relation to cycling. It really is going to be a case of how do we harness this and leapfrog us into a safer cycling environment for the future post-COVID.
Absolutely. And look, part of the reason we formed this group, Andrew and Helen and I, is to be a kind of a a vehicle for some of these ideas, because we want to hear from people about, well, how do we sort of normalise this behaviour that we've seen through cycling? How do we institutionalise it? How do we socialise it? How do we make sure that the supporting infrastructure is there? And we're really keen to hear from people with the policy ideas to allow that to happen. And there's lots of lessons, obviously, from overseas. People have all been to cities elsewhere around the world where this stuff's done a whole lot better. And, we need to learn from all those experiences and make it uniquely Australian, but find a way to make sure that we import some of that best practice from around the world.
So I take it you wouldn't ride around the eastern suburbs too much in Wentworth, your seat. You'd much prefer to ride around in Canberra, sure?
Actually, no, there's a few good bunches here. I mean, so I've got Centennial Park.
I'm not talking about bunches. I'm talking about road safety in the eastern suburbs.
Yeah, it's not. Look, Sunday mornings or early mornings, not too bad. There's a pretty regular loop down to La Perouse and back, and then some of the beaches if you're out early in the morning, so down to Bondi and Watson's Bay. But you wouldn't want to do it on a sort of midday on a Saturday or Sunday afternoon or anything like that. There's a lot of traffic, and the roads are pretty narrow. There's not a lot of cycling friendly sort of infrastructure there.
Well, can I just jump in, Dave? Yep. Duncan, look, we've just got an update. Can we read that there? As of 10:30, we have raised $31,120, which is a fantastic effort. So keep it going.
Amazing.
It really is a great contribution.
Wonderful.
Thanks.
Great chalkboard work too, Sandy. That's really well done, mate. That's delegating your authority up the velodrome there. Well done. You dug up the chalkboard.
All over it.
Dave, it's an amazing patch of Australia, the eastern suburbs, Wentworth. You've had some incredible leaders and members there, which you are now one of. Real estate in the eastern suburbs is at a premium. And how difficult then do you think it's going to be to come in and say, right, we're widening roads, we're putting bike paths in, we're taking that real estate and we're giving it to cyclists in a safe way? It's a big fight.
Yeah, look, it's not easy, and I've already seen a few of these up close. I mean, we're doing some work along Spring Street in Bondi Junction to kind of expand the cycling network there. There's a pop-up cycleway that's just gone along not far from my house on Moore Park Road. It's been pretty unpopular with the local residents who've lost parking and amenity. And I think you're right, in the eastern suburbs, it's sort of zero sum. If you take a cycling lane, you're losing parking, or you're losing road. So it's not easy, but I think look, it's my hope that people realise that if there is the cycling infrastructure there's their kids can ride to school, people can ride to work. There's less demand on the roads, and the roads still move as freely. It's just at the moment people don't feel like they have much of an option except to go by vehicle to places, and so they're very resistant to losing any kind of vehicle bandwidth. But once some of these things are up and running, it's funny how quickly people adapt. They might be very opposed to it when it's on the drawing board and in the planning stage as an executor, but once it's up and running, they'll find that they end up using it. It's quite remarkable. I've noticed that a few times. People who are vehemently opposed to something, once it becomes a reality, realize, hey, it's actually not so bad, and things still work, and not the end of the world like we thought.
And this is what's needed, because we have to reduce it from as a federal member, you must look at the statistics of the deaths on the road from cycling. It's just absolutely critical that we have to do something now. So funding, where do you think the funding will go first up, mate, and how much? No, I'm just joking. I know it has.
If only I had that power.
Yeah. Well, what about the funding for the fundraiser this morning?
I'm happy to make a contribution. And I think it's a great thing that you guys are doing. I mean, raising awareness, the foundation, getting everyone active, getting people talking about these issues, raising awareness. Your 1 metre matters campaign, which has just obviously had a triumph down in Victoria, is great. You've really led that and driven that, and we need organisations like that promote yours, that promote safe cycling and safety for cyclists.
Well, if you need someone to help you with the delivery of the new group that you've got going on, the Parliamentary Friends of Cycling, the Amy Gillette Foundation is putting its hand up to run an event for you anytime you're ready. And,
wonderful.
And bring you on board and keep you safe, and 1 metre matters and all those sort of things. So you just got to reach out to the AGF, and we'll get you all sorted in terms of your first event when you're ready.
Excellent. We'll take you up on that offer for sure.
Yeah, for sure. Thanks very much, Dave. Dave Sharma, everybody, MP for Wentworth, in the most dangerous riding seat in Australia, the eastern suburbs of Sydney. I'm only joking. I'm not too sure about that. But good luck with the group, mate. Thank you very much for coming along.
All right. Thanks, Duncan. Great to chat to you.
Thank you. Now, Sandy, what's happening out there at the velodrome, mate? You've been able to get the chalkboard up with over $30,000. That must bring a fair bit of excitement to have a number like that on the chalkboard, $30,000 in the event so far.
Yeah, I think they're pretty pleased. They're pretty pleased. Dan's sitting there with a smile over there in the background. And in the meantime, I've been playing host to helping Andy Gowers get his power going on his iPad, keep ticking along. Ag Giramondo there is pedaling away in his own little world because he failed to meet the ride right at the start. So this is the challenge. But you don't have that challenge on a Wednesday morning. We are schmick on a Wednesday morning. It just all goes like clockwork.
So let's just tell all the punters and the viewers and the cyclists. Wednesday morning is the Telstra Connected Cycling interview and ride. We do a Zwift ride. We change the route every now and then. We have a couple of hundred people who come along for the Zwift ride at this stage on average. About 130, 150 people who come along for the interview. And over the last 30 weeks with our pro team, Diane Hannon, who's on the call right now in the background, and a group of other people, we try to inspire people during these very, very difficult and COVID times and connect people in around our passion for cycling and technology. So we've talked to filmmakers. We talked to Nick Bird, who did the world famous Mammals film documentary, and he's just released the new Phil Liggett movie, The Voice of Cycling. We've talked to Bram Connolly, a commando major in the Australian Army, who was fascinating to listen to in his service. We've talked to Olympic gold medalists like Steve Bradbury and Natalie Cook, and Paralympians like Curtis McGrath. So over the last 30 weeks, we've been connecting people and growing our audience, and it's just been absolutely fascinating. How have you found it, Sandy?
Brilliant. I mean, what we talk about is people bringing purpose to technology and jumping on and connecting. So we're physically distancing, but connecting. And we actually have an audience all around the world and people connecting with us from all over the world. And so it really is a wonderful thing that we have loved doing. And we've actually grown this community in an unbelievable way. We started very small, grown very large very quickly. And the feedback of people just saying it's their favourite time of the week puts a pep in their step and a smile on their dial on a Wednesday. They love it. We love doing it.
You should write commercials. That was a bit of marketing genius, that pithy thing you said at the end there. That was wonderful. Fantastic. Mate, take me over to Matty Keenan if you can. Is Matty hooked up for a bit of a chin wag? Because I'm really interested to hear how Matty thinks the cycling season is going. Of course, the Vuelta continues. Can you hear me all right, Matt?
No, he can't hear you at all.
Oh,
his laptop shut down. Matt is actually officially in the hurt locker, but I can tell you what, you can hear him when he talks.
Okay, you can hear me, Duncan. I'll give you an update. I've done 61 Ks. I'm listening to Sandy tell me how wonderful Wednesdays are, but it's Sunday.
Yeah.
Sunday's not wonderful at the moment. It's purgatory. But I'm going to make it to the finish. I've got you and Laurie Lawrence in my head. I'm trying to keep tapping out 260 watts.
Yep.
I'm in with a chance.
You're in.
20 finish.
Put your headphones on him, Sandy. I need to talk to him.
Let's go.
All right. Whack them on him. So this is fantastic. Great. I think you're doing extremely well, mate. And I want to encourage an old fella like you to keep going.
He's opened up with a cross-court backhand. He's gone, I wanted to encourage. I think you're doing well for an old fella like you. I used to like Duncan.
Yes. Well, mate, while I've got you, I know you're going to be huffing and puffing, but I'm really interested in just getting a little bit of a global update on what's happening, because the Vuelta, of course, continues. But, mate, for you, we talked early in the year on Telstra Connected Cycling, but for you, it's been an incredibly interesting year of commentary. And you've done a brilliant job. Like, I got to tell you, you've kept us all in it, on the road, wherever it is in the world. So, but how have you found it, mate? How have you found? I know you've been at home with the family, and I get all that. And there's been a lot of positives, but seriously, from a commentary point of view and the racing, it's been incredible.
It's been a big technical challenge as well, which you can appreciate from Telstra, and thankfully that's something that I don't have to participate in. I just get the benefits of. So, Bridie O'Donnell and I were in Melbourne. Robbie McEwen was in Sydney. We could see each other on the laptop, but every now and then, it was hard to get his attention. So there was one time I was thrown to Robbie with a question,
I could tell he wasn't looking. He was a bit distracted. So I was drawing the question out. Then by the end of the question, he'd taken his headphones off. He stood up. He walked out of the room, and he'd gone to the bathroom. So Bridie answered for him.
Yeah, I was just going to say, so your question became a long statement, and it was getting more and more colourful and descriptive as you went. And unfortunately, the person you were interviewing for that question particularly had to go to the toilet. So that tells you the type of the question and the depth of it, maybe.
Terrible question, obviously, Duncan.
But I tell you, one of the things that are really coming out of world cycling at the moment for me is the rise of the young guns, is the rise of these unflinching 21-year-olds, Pogacar, of course, with the Grand Tour, but really stamping their authority. And now teams are pivoting. Teams are looking at it. We've had Matty Heyman on the Telstra Connected Cycling the other day, and they're starting to almost change their mindset about recruitment.
Yeah, there's been a real generational change. So historically, the Tour winner has averaged between 28 and 32. That's the sweet spot. This year, we've had a 21-year-old win the Tour, 25-year-old win the Giro, 24-year-old from WA in second place. And we had the average age of stage winners was like 26. So really young by comparison to the history. But meanwhile, you mentioned the Vuelta before. Across at that race, as we're getting towards the end of the season, fatigue is setting in. Pretty much everyone who's won a stage, and the top 3 overall, or the top 10 overall, are mostly over 30. So the endurance is coming to the fore there. But there's an absolute generational change, and everybody, the greatest athletes in the world, they go past their best. Vincenzo Nibali, we saw that at the Giro. Chris Froome, I don't think he's recovered from the horrific crash of 12 months ago. And Mark Cavendish as well is clearly nowhere near his former best. But as you know, Duncan, you're not remembered for your last race. You're remembered for how you were at your best. And when these guys do retire, that's how we'll remember them. We won't remember Mark Cavendish in the last group of the Tour of Flanders in 2020. We'll remember him winning 30 stages at the Tour de France. And that's how the greats should be remembered.
Yeah, you're right, mate. We're just getting a couple of messages coming through as you're talking about that. A couple of messages from Ireland. So thank you very much for tuning in from Ireland. Great to have you along for the ride for the huffing and puffing Matt Keenan interview. We're getting close to the hour that we're hosting for, but I think you're right, mate. Like, it's been an unbelievable season, and like you said, the fatigue is setting in. So that experience and wisdom of the older guys are sort of coming to the fore at the end of this crazy system. But more than anything, and as you're talking about your commentary, with your commentary team spread out between cities, and still it was seamless, it was fantastic. And when we talked to Phil Liggett, he enjoyed pretty much a similar type of season, with him being in England and Roll being in New York and all this sort of stuff. It still worked, right? So, and here we are today at a velodrome with you putting in the hard wattage, raising money with your unbelievable mobility on the bike, and doing things differently. And then the Amy Gillett Foundation has done an incredible job of sort of pulling this event together, making it meaningful, and we're up over what it was, at $31,000 already. So it kind of is the year to think differently and still pull it together.
Yeah, and when I was talking to Minister Carroll before, I quoted Sir Winston Churchill, who said famously, "Never waste a crisis." And that's what COVID has done for us. So I've participated in a few of your rides on a Wednesday, and you've had wonderful guests on, and outside of cycling, and there's lessons to be learned from everybody that you can apply to any walk in life. And then I've been doing rides with Graham Brown over in WA with a training group that he organises, and he ropes in people from Queensland, ACT, from Tassie, and these are people that I would never normally connect with, but now I have. So I've loved that element of it, and I want to pick up the positives that are coming out of it and keep those going. And I hope that that extra time that we spend hanging out with our kids is one of the ones that my wife and I will keep on doing, as opposed to farming them out to lots of different activities all the time.
Yeah, I think you're right, mate. I think it's really drawn my family close together. And as you're talking about your family, I feel we're pretty much synced in with that. in cycling before, you remember when you'd go to a different country and you'd pick up those sort of like programs where you'd have homestays, you'd ride your bike, you'd stay at a crazy cyclist homestay, and then you keep on going and you ride these countries. It's an element of that, isn't it? That, you know, I'm meeting someone from WA, I'm meeting someone from Tasmania, as I just called out before in the notes here in the comments section of this particular ride that we're on. You know, someone from Ireland is joining us, and hopefully they're doing the Zwift ride and they're probably in front of you, mate. But there's an element of that, isn't it? There's an element of sort of like we're meeting people from all around the world because we have to do it differently. Now it's online.
Yeah, somehow I'm more distanced from the world. The world's gotten bigger physically. I can't go to Europe. This is my first winter at home since 2006, yet I feel more connected. You mentioned somebody's tuning in from Ireland, and automatically I think, Sam Bennett, what a brilliant performance at the Tour, and now we've got Dan Martin in with a chance to finish on the podium at the Vuelta, and I'm loving that connection with Ireland that I otherwise wouldn't have had.
Yeah, you're 100% right. Mate, I'm going to take the headphones off you. Keep pedaling, mate. Thank you for raising money. Thank you for being part of it. And,
thanks, Duncan.
And I'm glad it's you, not me, brother.
And Sandy will be glad you'll be glad you're not Sandy either, because Sandy, these are sweaty.
There we go. Look at that. That's brilliant. Can I just say, big call out to Matt Keenan. Matt Keenan here, as his testament to who he is as a person, actually supports many events, not only the Amy Gillett Foundation today, but Diabetes Australia. Matt is a true champion of the sport, well known, and lends his name to support great events like today. So thank you, Matt.
Yeah, he does a great job, mate. You're a treasure for us, cycling crazy Aussies. Hear your voice every single summer, every single year, really, following the best cyclists around the world's real chat. Now, Sandy, you've got your hand halfway over that phone camera, mate. Just to let you know.
There we go. Yeah, no, I'm trying to do it all here. Multitasking is not my thing. This is Andy Gowers, former Hawthorn Premiership player. Do we want to have a chat to him, or you've run out of coffee?
No, Dan's sitting there on standby, but we've got a couple of minutes here left. What do you reckon, Dan? We talk to Andy?
That'd be great if you have a chat to Andy. He's got some wonderful stories. Ask him a story about his mum's fears.
Okay.
We're going to talk to you about your mum's fears.
You go for it, Sandy. Okay, I'm going for it. Hey, Andy, how you doing?
Good, Duncan. How are you, mate?
Good, mates. So tell us about your life on the bike. You know, when did this all start? Did it just start during your career or afterwards?
No, it started after. I took it up relatively seriously when I was told by a doctor I shouldn't run anymore. Got a bad knee, a few arthroscope operations. So he said, why don't you get into bike riding? And a late friend of mine, Paul Thorpe, actually gave me this very bike as a gift and said, you should get into this. You'll be good at it and you'll enjoy it. So
what type of bike is it, mate?
Oh, look, it's an old German steel bike called a Musing. If you put an A in front of it, it's amusing.
Amusing.
Yeah. So I'd never heard of the brand. Not many people have, but I've seen a couple of them out on the road. And anyway, it's now my spin bike, and it's great to be involved with this event.
Fantastic. Well, Dan wants you to share the story of your mum's fears. It sounds pretty cryptic. I don't know the story, but can you offload that one on us, please?
Well, it's pretty simple, really. My mum is a widow, and she's every element of her. She said to me the other day, "I'm happy with every element of my life. The only fear that I have is you riding a bike out on the road." She is petrified whenever I get out there, and it's very hard to allay those fears. I certainly don't mention any close shaves that I have with motorists. But yeah, so for someone who is in that position, I just think it's probably a bit of a barometer for how all cyclists and bike riders feel. We shouldn't have to have that fear. And through the great work of the Amy Gillett Foundation and others, we're hopefully going to get to a position where we have separation between all bike riders and motorists. And, you know, one of the things that I often say to people is I'm a motorist first and a cyclist second. And I don't know any cyclists other than kids that are also not motorists. So we should be able to coexist respectfully and in a safe way. Not just for the cyclists, but, you know, kids riding to school mums and dads and nurses and teachers riding to their workplace and back home safely, and also motorists feeling that they're not too close to a bike rider as well. So I think it's a mutual thing. But yeah, so my mum, that's her only fear in life, me riding a bike. So I guess I've got some personal motivation to help make it more safe for everybody and make it more enjoyable for everyone too, motorists included.
100%. How much do you enjoy, Andy? Like, I'm always fascinated with athletes and what they do for their fitness or their well-being or their mental well-being after the siren's gone and the team song gets sung for the last time, the sweat dries or the chlorine dries, and you get on with the rest of your life. So how much riding do you enjoy, mate?
Oh, look, I absolutely love it. And I have to say, when I first started, Duncan, I was a tentative bike rider, and the gruppetto is who I ride with here in the inner eastern suburbs of Melbourne. And I used to win the Fashions on the Field award the first few years because I used to ride with footy socks and footy shorts, and I didn't embrace the Lycra set at all. And then, but over the journey, so that's about 12 years ago. And since then, I've become an addict. I ride, as much as I can. It's been good during COVID to get out. I live regionally now, down at Point Lonsdale. It's great to get out. I've been done most of my cycling the last few months on my own, so I've gotten to know myself pretty well. But it's just it's a fantastic addiction as long as we're safe. In fact, down that way it's pretty good infrastructure. The Australian-based Cadell Evans and Barwon Heads there, I'm not far away. So there are some separated bike lanes, not as safe as you'd ideally have them, but still pretty good. But it's a huge part of my life, and as my wife will testify, any holiday now it's not planned around the cycling, but the bike is definitely coming.
I think that was your first lie during this interview, mate.
You saw right through it.
Yeah, pretty much. You've been very politically correct, but full of shit. That was great,
straight bat.
Yeah, straight bat. No, well, wonderful to have you along, mate. Enjoy the velodrome activities there. Thank you very much for your patronage and support of the AGF. And hopefully we get to that target of $150,000 today. It's great, mate. Great to see you along. Thank you, mate.
Thanks, Duncan. Thank you.
Cheers, mate. So, Sandy, that's going to be our hour. We've gone 4 minutes over like we always do. Dan, I don't apologise for that. We're having a great time. Thank you for coming on Telstra Connected Cycling earlier, and thank you for letting us be part of your big day today with the Amy Gillette Foundation. We're right behind you, mate, and any time that we can help or get the message out, you've only got to ask.
We're so grateful, Duncan, Sandy, Di. We're so grateful for your time, your passion, what you guys do so well. We knew that if you guys hosted, it would bring a level of energy and excitement that would just be fantastic. And I think the biggest thing we're going to be promoting is how you guys measured Matt Keenan's wattage and linked it to a donation. That's the highlight of the day for me so far. But no, thank you all so much.
Why don't you do it again, Sandy? You got loads of cash. Why don't you do it again? We'll go and find a victim and get their wattage going and get that.
Well, we missed our chances.
Get that fat.
We missed our chance with Dave Sharma. We should hit him up. We missed our chance. We should have, laid it down as a challenge for Ben Carroll.
I'm sure he's still on.
Well, yeah. Are you still there, Dave Sharma?
No, not actually on the interview, but I'm sure he's still pedaling somewhere. He's a man.
I'm sure he's listening. So here's the challenge. Why don't we just put it out there as a final wrap-up? If Matt Keenan has got it in him, we're going to actually volunteer that Dave Sharma is going to hit up another 10 cents per watt. Matt Keenan's grimacing at the thought of it. But here we go. One more max watt challenge.
Come on,
Ready,
Matty.
here we go.
Here we go. Get those little legs going, buddy. Go for it. Grit your teeth. Someone give him a mouth guard.
I tell you what, that's not a bad effort. 70 Ks in, Matt Keenan punched out 1,079. I went on a 20K ride yesterday, downhill, and only managed 1,000. Fresh as a daisy. So I think a big effort there. So I think Dave Sharma, hopefully you're listening, and you can hit in 10 cents. Bearing in mind there's the doubling as well, we'll be good.
No worries. All right, you're getting feedback there, mate. Learn your TV skills and we'll walk outside again. We just also want to give a shout out to Evelyn and Martin Hannon, both cyclists. Big shout out to you guys. And you can find Telstra Connected Cycling, of course, on Facebook and on LinkedIn. That's the easiest way to get connected with us. So thanks, Dan. It's been a real pleasure, mate, and a privilege to be part of it.
Yeah, thanks so much, Duncan and Sandy. Just wonderful having you guys helping us out. And hope you get a chance to go for a ride today.
Oh, it's a beautiful day up here in Queensland, but we don't want to rub that in. Hey, what was I going to say? Yeah, you've got a future in television too, Dan. I just want to leave you with that.
You've got the face for it, Dan.
Oh, there we go.
I was there all the time.
She's there all the time.
Has appeared.
Now, Matt Keenan was talking about a little bit of Ireland. Yeah, so Matt Keenan was talking about a bit of Ireland, and there was a little bit of Ireland sitting there in the background all the time. Di Hannon.
Oh, we've had plenty of Ireland sitting in the background. You've got your groupies over there. Hey, Matt.
All right.
I'm very impressed that Matt can actually keep riding.
I think we should stop hijacking the show. How about that? Back to you, Dan.
Dan, good. Want us to leave?
Take care. And Sandy, we've got a bike there for you to actually have a ride if you want to jump on.
Yes, Sandy, put out some watts and measure them and match each watt.
Yeah, actually, that's what we need to do.
Oh, there we go. I can do that.
Sandy's wattage. You jump on that bike, I'll carry my laptop around and we might need to measure yours.
The challenge is, Dan, it's a fundraising event, so the goal is actually to raise funds. And if you're doing it by watts, if you're doing it by words, you might actually get more.
Boom. That's
the reason why I stayed silent. Okay, thanks, Dan.
All right, take care, guys. Thank you. Thanks so much to all our riders. We've still got plenty more kilometres to go. People are watching on Twitch. We've also going on Facebook Live, and really appreciate all the help everyone's giving us. You would have seen that we had a update recently that we were at $30,000. Plenty more to come, but this is money that's incredibly valuable for the Amy Gilt Foundation. One of the things that we're going to talk about today is we're going to chat soon on a software called Bike Spot. So if you're in Victoria, you would have seen it earlier this year. It's a cycling safety data collection program that was done across Victoria to look at safe and unsafe spots. We're also going to have a chat to a couple of the directors of the Amy Gilt Foundation. Going to hear some of their stories around why they're involved and why they've got into cycling. But we're also looking at an update from the Great Ocean Road. So right now, that's where we wish we were. And we know that there's a lot of people riding here that have done multiple Amy's Gran Fondos with us along the Great Ocean Road. So we're so happy to have Anthony back. Mate, you've been jumping in and out all day. Riders listening wish they were on the Great Ocean Road with you. It was pretty tough for us to have to pull the plug on doing it down there. But it's great having your updates. What's it looking like down there, Anthony? Have you got your video on? Still waiting to hear from Anthony. And Anthony, are you there? No, sorry, we're just waiting for Anthony to jump back on.
I'm having sound.
Yeah, great. And also, if you can turn your video on, please, Anthony. If you've joined in recently, you would have missed this morning. We had Cycling Australia's Kip Kaufman jump in and talk to us around the 2025 World Championships that's going to be hosted in Victoria. The location's not finalised, but hopefully it can be held along a beautiful stretch of road like the Great Ocean Road. Would be a great example of somewhere that would be a fantastic spot to host a World Championship. Anthony, how are you going? Is your video working? Otherwise, we might try and come back to you. There we go. Anthony, where are you stopped? Is that?
Hey, Dan. Sorry, got it. My audio is not so great here, but for some reason today. But I'm stopped at so I'm just going to carry through a little bit because I'm not quite hearing you so well. I've got the swing bridge in the background, so I'm pretending that I've finished my ride today. Really, at this time of the ride, I probably wouldn't have got there quite yet. But I've just stopped here at the Swing Bridge Cafe for a coffee and a baguette, pretending I've had a long, hard ride where I observed that, and I haven't really yet. But it's been a nice day out here. There's been quite a few riders on the road. A few have been here finishing up their coffees as well. So it's pretty pleasant day on the road down here, but of course missing you guys.
Yeah, and it's pretty hard that we're not down there. How active is your club? Because it's really one of the most beautiful stretches of road to be cycling, and that's your typical backyard. That's where you guys cycle every weekend.
Yeah, it's a fun group of just friends really who ride together. Nothing professional, nothing, no racing as such, except for two cyclists on a road tends to be a race anyway. But no, just a good bunch of friends, locals and some weekenders and some Christmas people join us, and everyone's welcome. And it's just the idea is to keep safe, have fun, and enjoy the beautiful scenery that is this Great Ocean Road.
Yeah, wonderful. And Anthony, how many Gran Fondos have you done with us?
I think I've done 4 over the last decade or so. I think it's 9 years it's been running. I did the first one and then been randomly doing them ever since, in both directions, and stopping at the top of Ben Werin, and in the current format as well, which is the anti-clockwise loop, which is it's great fun. I really love the day out. I love getting out there and pushing hard and riding the friends. And even though I get to ride this whenever I really want, there's something special about joining a big event like Amy Gran Fondo and the collective enthusiasm that comes with that.
Yeah, wonderful. And any favourite memories? What's the best part of the event for you?
The best part, I reckon, is when you drop down out of Skeens Creek from the top of Tannerin, which is the climb at the end, and you get onto the Great Ocean. You turn left onto the Great Ocean Road, and you realise you've got a whopping great tailwind behind you, and that is a wonderful feeling as you're speeding along the Great Ocean Road with the views off your right hand shoulder, the sun in your face, the wind in your back, and that is just one of the best feelings in cycling you can have. So yeah, just those days when they come together like that is perfect.
Well, Anthony, we're really grateful that you've been giving us updates. It makes us feel a little bit jealous, and I know there's a lot of riders around the state and around the country that will wish they're down there. So enjoy your ride, and thanks so much for joining us today.
It's a pleasure, Dan, and I hope everyone who's riding today has a great ride, and we look forward to seeing you down here next time. Thanks, everyone.
Wonderful. Well, the Amy Gillett's Foundation, our goal is to make it safer for cyclists. So every day cyclists are dealing with preventable deaths, preventable crashes, preventable injuries. And recently we partnered with a software called CrowdSpot. And I'm really pleased that we're going to have a chance to chat to Anthony, who ran a program in 2016 where it was looking at the safety of Melbourne. It was crowdsourced data mapping, and it was done recently again, and AGF was really pleased to be part of that. So Anthony's going to be joining us and we'll chat through the program. One of the goals for today's fundraising is to look at if we can expand this program. So you're going to hear us talking about Victoria, you're going to hear us talking about some Melbourne figures. There's plenty of cyclists that are on today that support the Amy Gillett Foundation that would like to see done in their state. That's the next stage that we're hoping to do. But with Anthony, what we'd like to do is give you an overview of what CrowdSpot has done, what BikeSpot in Victoria is about, and how we think that's going to make a difference. So the Amy Gillett Foundation doesn't do cycling research just for the sake of research. If we can't have it translate into making it safer for cyclists, then that defeats the purpose for us. So Anthony will be joining us in a moment.
Hello.
Anthony, g'day.
Hey, how you doing?
Yeah, good. I wasn't sure if we're going to see you on the bike or not today.
I'm going to get on it, but it'll be this afternoon.
Yeah. No, that's good. And I was supposed to be on a bike, but I think Sandy from Telstra has just jumped on my Zwift machine. So everyone's having a hard workout except for me. Anthony, thanks so much for making some time for us this morning. And it's been an absolute pleasure for Amy Gillett Foundation to work with you. Can we start by getting you to explain what BikeSpot is, please, for someone that if they've never heard of it?
Yeah, sure. So BikeSpot is a map-based community engagement project that enables people everyday riders, riders from all different confidence levels, purposes, to jump online onto an interactive map to mark where they feel safe and don't feel safe on a map. And then other people can vote and comment on that location. And really what we end up with is a crowdsourced data set of where the community feels safe and doesn't feel safe on our roads and trails across Victoria. So we ran that project BikeSpot 2020 from late March to late May. So that was the data collection period. And we crowdsourced over 31,000 submissions made up of data points, so the pins on the map, votes and comments. Yeah.
I'm going to just try and bring up a screenshot. So if someone, can you see that? If someone who mightn't understand what that looks like, that's...
You can zoom out and see really across the state. Obviously, there's a concentration in the core of metropolitan Melbourne, but significant hotspots in regional Victoria as well, along the Bellarine Peninsula and Bendigo, Ballarat.
Anthony, I'm going to zoom that into we're in the city. There's Elizabeth Street there, and I see there's all these markings here. What's the data capturing?
So effectively, those orange spots are where people have marked a feeling of being unsafe, and then they've categorized them. So it could be narrow bike lane, no bike lane, poor driver behavior, whatever the case may be. So they give a reason and then a little description. The bigger the bubble here is where there's someone's submission has gotten some votes and comments, and you can see that. And if you scroll down within that little, this isn't what we're looking at here. It's an archive map. It's effectively the archive of the digital engagement that took place earlier in the year.
Yeah, fantastic.
And so this is open for people to view, for government to view and I guess interrogate their plans and validate their plans as well, which a lot of government, particularly local governments, are doing as they want to improve on-road bicycle infrastructure.
So did you had a range of councils involved with this as well?
Yeah, of course. We had 11 local councils, or was it 12 in the end? 11 or 12 local councils and the state government on board. So 12 government partners, and effectively they come on board from the beginning. They can review the process that we go through in the survey design and have access to the data set and some insights associated with their local area. So they've been using it to, as I said, validate their existing plans, get support from councillors at council meetings and saying, we'll hold up some data-driven community insights and really support their work. And it's going to their strategic planning as well. And yeah, it's really something that is a unique data set to get the community's view on safety. There's a lot of other data sources out there like crash statistics. You can get the widths of the bike lanes to help determine safety, but the community's view is critically important as well.
Yeah, wonderful. So, and hopefully people are getting an idea of just how interactive this is, that you can go into anywhere and you can have a look at what people are finding safe and unsafe. What sort of participation numbers did you get for this, Anthony?
Yeah, so we had just over 6,000 unique users, submitters, I guess, across a whole range of, I guess, demographics and confidence levels. The majority of people that participated, I guess, indicated that they were of a very confident level of confidence. But I guess that makes sense. They're riding most frequently. They know the network. They know where they feel safe and don't feel safe. I guess that's what's really saying, is that even if these very confident riders are indicating where they're not feeling safe, imagine what it would be feeling like for new riders to get on the bike for the first time, which we've seen a lot this year. So yeah, just over 6,000 people, all age groups. This is that sweet spot between 25 and 40-year-old, probably the main age participation. And gender, it was that 70-30 split, which is what 70% male, 30% female. That's what we typically see in riding participation numbers as well. So a pretty solid data set, which just helps increase the quality of the data. So we've got the really big numbers, which was really important.
Can you also talk through how you looked at, saw those really good media coverage, and AGF was really pleased to see around the top 10 most unsafe spots. But can you talk through how that was, how the data that was submitted by users was then compared to crash data through police records?
Yeah, so we can isolate, which was a really important insight, sort of the top 10 unsafe spots. So we had over 31,000 submissions, and we can distill that down into what are the top 10. And that's by looking at a location, understanding the issue, and then aggregating or combining all of the submissions that are associated at that location with the same issue. And places like Chapel Street, St Kilda Road, often were present. We did the project in 2016 as well, and they were present back then as well within the top 10. What we really set out to do back when we started this project was, well, this is the community's perception of where it doesn't feel safe. What is the crash statistic telling us? Locations, and how does that compare with community perceptions? And really, there's a strong variation between that. I mean, it depends on volume. So you've got locations where there's high volume of riders, and there really aren't alternatives. So there's a lack of options there, and so that's where you might get high perceptions of lack of safety and high crashes. Flinders Street and Swanston Street was one of them from 2016. There's been a lot of improvements there since. But effectively, what it's saying is that they tell a different story. Where people don't feel safe, they're often going to be more cautious, slow down, and potentially not have a crash, or there's less of a likelihood of them having a crash because they perceive it to be unsafe. So it's telling a different story where crashes are taking place is the main thing. And when combining the data sources of crash statistics and community perceptions, it can really help elevate the locations that maybe governments want to tackle first.
Yeah, and the partnerships that you brought to the table for this, and also the conversations that it's allowing to have around how different councils and different electorates are focusing on their safety. We're already noticing that difference, so we're pretty excited. What you and I are speaking about, what would need to be involved to expand this out. What do you think could happen if we do have a national data set that looks at the safety around the country?
I think it would be, it's really important that this work continues in Victoria and potentially interstate, whether it be state by state or national. I guess that's a conversation we're continuing to have. And it would be fantastic if bike spot data could be the sort of the number one perceptions of safety data set across the country, and states and locations can be compared with each other and really drive each other in improving their safety on road for cyclists.
Yeah, absolutely. So for all the riders helping out today and supporting the Amy Gillett Foundation, this is a great example of where some of the funding will go to, how we hope to expand this work, and what it means for us to be able to say, here's some really dangerous areas that we measure, and we can look at cyclists don't feel safe and there's crash data, and just make sure it gets fixed. So it allows us to really focus on different areas. We want to be able to do that to scale, but having that data for an evidence-based organisation like Amy Gillett Foundation is just a fantastic approach. Anthony, it's been an absolute pleasure to work with you on Bike Spot in Victoria. Hopefully we get a chance to expand it soon. The work you do is amazing, and we look forward to continuing the partnership with you.
Absolutely.
Wonderful.
I agree.
Excellent. Thanks so much
Dan.
for your time today, and appreciate you joining us.
Yeah, all the best for the rest of the day.
Wonderful. So hopefully that made sense. If you are not familiar with Bike Spot, we hope we gave you a good explanation, but you can also go onto the website, if you go onto bikespot.org, have a play around and you'll get to see. Hopefully we can bring it to states around the country sooner rather than later, because it's an amazing example of the way AGF wants to try and really tackle the safety of cycling. And also, there's been a lot of really good conversations today around COVID. And as Matt said, don't waste a good crisis. More is being done right now because of COVID than probably the last decade. And we're seeing action from states. We're doing work with the Department of Transport in New South Wales, and they're saying that projects that would normally take 8 years are being done in 4 months. And again, it's just for COVID. It's not for this. It's not because of the mental health benefits of cycling, not for the physical health benefits, the environmental benefits, the economic benefits. COVID's creating this amazing opportunity, and we're going to try and run with it. We've got a couple more interviews coming up. Hopefully you're doing okay in your ride. I'm going to jump off for a moment and we'll be back on in a sec.
Hi everyone, thanks so much for joining us. Just a couple of technical challenges that we're sorting out. We've got a couple more interviews before we wind up today. We've had an incredibly exciting morning, some wonderful people. So grateful for Matt Keenan and the help he's given us. The interviews have given us. Ben Carroll has just made such a huge difference for Victorian cyclists. The Amy Gillett Foundation has been working on Media Matters since 2009. If you haven't had a chance to look at our website, to look at all the other states and how we've got across the line, it's been pretty frustrating for the AGF to not achieve this in Victoria. So we're extremely excited. Most of the people that are involved in Gran Fondo have helped us out in some way for Media Matters for minimum passing distance. So if you're on this ride, if you're listening to us, we've got just so many people to thank. We also have a lot of donors that we're really grateful for. This is what today's about. AGF makes most of its money from our rides. The Gran Fondo is our fundraiser for the year. It's how we operate. It's how we raise our money. We're a very small organisation with a big footprint, we think, and we run off the smell of an oily rag. So donations go a long way for us. So we're incredibly honoured that so many people are cycling. We hope that we can start doing events out in the real world pretty soon. We're already planning for next year's Gran Fondo and hope to make it bigger and better. We've also had some really interesting conversations with people that have asked around what the next stage is for Media Matters. And we've got some interesting research and data showing that the rule does make a difference. The rule does change the amount of space that the drivers give to cyclists. And there's some data that we'll repost out, just looking at how this helps cyclists. I also really enjoyed the conversation earlier that the Telstra team had with Andy Gowers, the ex-Hawthorn player. And Andy was talking a lot about cyclists also being drivers. He said, I'm a motorist first, and then I'm a cyclist. Now, Andy's a fanatical cyclist that does really long rides. Earlier this year, we reached out to a lot of the Amy Gillett Foundation supporters for a survey that a few thousand of you responded to. And the overwhelming majority of Amy Gillett Foundation supporters drive more than they ride. So this is a very fanatical cyclist base. You know, if you're involved in Amy Gillett Foundation, you usually typically do cycling. But most of us have multiple cars and most of us drive more than we cycle. We've been doing quite a lot of work with RACV, the auto club in Victoria, and they've got over 1 million of their members are cyclists or have a bike. So this perception that it's us versus them for cars and bikes, we want to turn that around because it's not helpful and it's not accurate. It's the same that when I'm driving, I often feel nervous around cyclists, not because I don't think I'm an okay driver, not because I don't understand the road rules, not because the cyclist isn't following the rules. I'm nervous around cyclists because often the roads are terribly designed. If you think about when you're cycling, when something makes you angry, it's usually a really badly designed road that pushes cars and bikes together to a pinch point. And when we talked about Bike Spot earlier, a lot of the road infrastructure came up as being problematic. So that's something that AGF is really looking to change. How do we fix that? How do we get engineers so that they're learning around the mistakes they're doing? How do we call it out for councils to change some of these dangerous roads? And some of it's quite an easy fix, and we shouldn't be putting up with these unsafe conditions. There's been some really good discussions today around how people feel when they're cycling and around the safety. And there's a researcher who says that if you want to check the safety of a particular road or a particular area, measure the number of women and children cycling, because that's one of your best gauges on how safe it is. Because a lot of the time, the roads aren't safe enough for women and children that have a lower tolerance for safety. And a lot of fanatical cyclists that are typically male will put up with much riskier roads, much less safe roads, because they love cycling so much. They're like, okay, this is not great, but I'm still going to ride. And what we've got to do is make it safer so that group that has a lower tolerance for safety feel comfortable, and then we'll start seeing a huge change in the infrastructure. I see that Sandy from Telstra has joined us again. Sandy, I don't have any vision yet. I'm not sure if you can hear me.
There. Okay. Can you hear us, Dan?
Yeah. G'day, Sandy. It's great to see you. Matt's looking fresh as a daisy there. Like it's like he's ready for a big sprint.
I can say it's not fresh. Thanks. He's cooked. I know how hard this is. Matt's done a sterling job. I think he's probably heading up Zwift. No,
the other side of it. So I'll tell you the situation, Dan. Since lockdown, my longest rides have been 1 hour on the Graham Brown training program, juggling commentating, family, COVID, a little bit of bike riding. I'm now 2 hours and 36 minutes in. This is more than double my previous longest ride for 2020. And someone has asked me to do my FTP for a certain period of time to get more money. I think they were asking for 5 minutes initially. My FTP at the moment is 3:25. With my current fatigue levels, I'll be struggling to hold that for 1 minute. So I'm going to do my best to give that to you for 1 minute. And that's all I've got, because I am cooked. I am.
So why don't we do this,
Sunday
Dan?
roast.
Why don't we do this? If Matt can hold it for more than 1 minute, 3:25, we make it a $500 request. Given where Matt's at, I think that's equally five minutes. So $500 donation. If Matt can hold his FTP for more than 1 minute, and for every watt over and above that, why don't we then add another 10? So that's the challenge. I'm sure Matt can do it. Andy Gowes has said that he's in spirit with Matt, and I'm sure we'll be able to help push him
Excellent.
along.
And so hang on, Sandy. I've got.
We'll let Matt pull it out.
10 seconds to start.
10 seconds
Sandy,
to start.
I've got another donor that'll match that, so it'll be $1,000.
There you go, $1,000 we're going for. Okay, here we go. Alrighty, he's too high. He's sitting up there at 430, 387. So he's gonna sit on this for a little while. But the thing is, every watt he is over his FTP, I think we've got a few extra bucks coming our way. And with the matching, of course, that's just all the more for the Amy Gillett Foundation. So hang in there, Matt. How far are we in? We're in
halfway now.
Halfway now, sitting at a very solid 380. I think this is a great effort. 340, 350. 360, huffing and puffing here.
15 seconds to go.
And Matt Keenan's huffing and puffing too.
Heart rate's up to 170. Still holding 370. 5 seconds. That's 1 minute. I'm done.
There we go. That is an awesome effort. Given where Matt's up to, he actually would, I'm going to call it now, his FTP was 325. He was on average at least 360. So I'm going to put in there's an extra, what's the maths on that? 2 hours for me to work out, an extra 35 watts, and that's got to be worth something more for the foundation from our phantom donor. So we'll leave it back to them, but a great effort by Matt. And I think Andy, I don't know what Andy did there in background at all. He said he was going to help.
He was shepherding me clear as I was streaming down the wing, Wayne Harm style. 3 bounces and kept calling clear. Go. I went long through the diddle diddle.
Well, there you go. Great effort. Thanks, Matt. Well done, Andy.
Fantastic, Sandy. Absolutely brilliant, mate. And this is what today's all about. It's how we raise funds to do the work we're trying to do. So we're so grateful. Matt's working so bloody hard. He's just been a champion. And we're also so grateful for everyone that's donating. We're getting close to winding up today. We've got a couple more people to chat to, and then we're going to finish with the interviews. Give me 1 second, and we'll jump back in with the next one. Lisa and Chantel. Hi, Lisa Jacobs. How are you?
Yeah, good. Thanks, Dan. How are you going?
Yeah, really good. Hi, Chantel. How are you?
Morning.
G'day. Thanks both so much for joining. Now, neither of you look extremely sweaty, so I don't know if you're in the middle of 107K. So you're either very still on your bikes, or smart like me and not killing yourself this morning.
I have just finished the 52, so not quite the full distance, but definitely some sweat, that's for sure.
Well
Yeah, I
done.
just jumped off as well. Yeah, I couldn't get the setup it was just all a bit complicated to do it all and be on Zoom. And seeing me on a bike is not a pretty thing. So, but I enjoyed doing the event. It was a great way to celebrate the Gran Fondo when we couldn't do it in person. The next best thing, hey?
Yeah, absolutely. And we've been following along with the 107K race. And Zwift has been fantastic. They've really helped us. We weren't able to go into the 52. So I know you're both racing. Lisa, you didn't win, did you?
No.
I mean, you're used to winning. Like that. This is an experience for you.
That's very kind. No, I really enjoyed it though.
I'd love to have a short chat to you both. And we're getting ready to wind up. I know there's still plenty of people cycling, but we're going to finish the interview soon. And first of all, Lisa, I want to start with you. We were looking at one of the briefings for the normal Gran Fondo that you gave, one of the safety briefings. Yeah, that's where we should normally be at the moment. We're really excited that so many people have jumped online with us. What's the race normally like for you, and what would you be doing now if we were on the Great Ocean Road?
Yeah, so normally we'd be at the beautiful Great Ocean Road down in Lorne, and it's such a wonderful place to be. The last couple of years we've been lucky to include also the Gravel Fondo as well as the traditional Amy's Gran Fondo. So the Gravel Fondo gives us the chance to go and explore some of the beautiful gravel roads that the Otway holds. And that's usually what I'd be doing right now. So that's where my heart is at the moment, on the gravel and the dirt. And so I'm really missing that this year. But, you know, Zwift managed to turn on some gravel roads for us as well. So I can't complain too much. And on Sunday, usually we have a few, as you know, we've got a few different ride options on the Sunday for the Gran Fondo. And quite often you'll find me down at Apollo Bay setting off the Medio Fondo, which is a ride that goes from Apollo Bay along the Great Ocean Road to Lorne. So it's for people who don't really want to do the whole 120K option, but they still want to ride on the Great Ocean Road and see all the beautiful Victoria has to offer. So that's what we'd usually be doing, and it's a bit different this year, isn't it? We're all in our garages. But the wonderful thing is that we can still share the safe cycling message, and we can still share the ride together, even if we're not down in Lorne.
Yeah, great. We've spoken a little bit today about the UCI World Championships coming to Victoria in 2025, and just what that means for being able to promote races in Victoria. Do you think that'll be good for the sport and also good for the safety messaging that the Amy Gillett Foundation wants to convey?
So, Dan, was that a question for me or a question for Chantel?
Yeah, just for you, Lisa. I'll stay with you for a little bit and then I'll jump into Chantel.
Sure. Sorry, we've got I've got some interference as well. Yeah, you know, it's a great opportunity for us to have the 2025 World Gran Fondo Championships in Lorne. I think Lorne is where a lot of Gran Fondos for the world started. We have a really proud history of being one of the very first and one of the most famous Gran Fondos in the world. So to be able to celebrate that with having a world championship, I think that's very special. And it's a chance for us to share the Great Ocean Road and the beauty of it with the rest of the world, and that's a great thing. And how wonderful that the Amy Gillett Foundation has been involved in the Gran Fondo and the UCI World Championships for so long. because now we get to celebrate safe cycling as well as helping everybody to have a wonderful event.
Yeah, great. I've got a couple of questions that I'd like to ask you, Lisa, but I might give you a moment to catch your breath with some child wrangling there. I think you're doing a wonderful job, and here I am asking you questions, not realising that I can ask Chantel some questions as well. So thank you. Now, Chantel, you've just joined the Amy Gillett Foundation. Can you tell us a little bit about yourself and why joining our board was important to you?
Yeah, very excited to be part of the foundation, and in fact, I've really enjoyed this morning. I haven't actually done a Gran Fondo in person, but I've been really enjoying listening to the banter and the interviews, and it's such a great opportunity. And I guess the key reason for me joining the board and hopefully being able to add some further value going forward is just an extreme passion for cycling and sport. So, I grew up in the country in northeast Victoria and have been on a bike since I was very little. And most recently, also doing some triathlons. So I've sort of graduated from safety issues in the country, which was really about divots in the gravel roads and probably being swooped by magpies, to navigating, inner city Melbourne, sort of traffic. And earlier this year, I fortunately had a crash and was quite lucky actually to come out of it just with a fractured vertebra and a coccyx. And as you can see now, I'm back up and active again. But I think both the accident and also the fact that I've got teenage kids who do ride as well, and you see commuters on the road every day. It's just so important, and it's such a great activity, whether it's for commuting, for exercise, and with COVID, there's just so many more people on the roads now, and a really great opportunity for us to share the message around cycle safety. Oh, Dan, you're on mute there.
Right on.
That's really if there's one phrase that sums up 2020, it's you're on mute, isn't it? Chantel, we actually got to know you through the crash that you're talking about, and the footage there was of that, and it's a preventable crash. It's a horrific thing to go through, but it's something that most cyclists have either gone through a version of it or know someone that's gone through it. Everyone's either had a preventable crash or so many near misses. Was it hard getting back on the bike? How did you deal with some of that fear? It changes your perception, doesn't it, around how safe you feel when you're cycling? Because you were in the bike lane. In theory, it was good infrastructure. We talk about separated lanes and the difference they make, but it wasn't a terrible road. It wasn't like you were in a narrow road. You had a good bike lane, and it was a dry barrier.
Yeah, absolutely. It was both mentally and physically really hard to get back on the bike, but I was really determined to do that. I had the benefit of having, a great group of friends who I ride with. So on my first ride, I had some company, which was really good. And in fact, just recently, I've sort of conquered a few fears and actually gone back past the crash site. So I think you can't escape it, and you're absolutely right. It does really focus you, and I would have to say I've always been aware, doing bunch rides and doing beach road or what have you about safety, but you're just so much more aware of what's going on. And I would say, as a motorist as well, also being aware of cyclists is really, really critical. But I absolutely love cycling, and that my first thought after hitting the grid had happened to my bike, and then the pain actually started to come pretty quick straight thereafter.
Is my bike okay? Is my bike okay? I'm not okay. Right.
Exactly. In fact, the AMBO was a cyclist, and so he went and checked it out for me, which was really nice. But it has resulted in an upgrade and ability to get a new bike. So
good.
Got to take benefits.
We've spoken a little bit today around most cyclists are also drivers, and there's this us versus them conversation that AGF is working to try and change. If you look at the Venn diagram of drivers and cyclists, it's not two circles; it's almost one. AGF, sometimes it's difficult talking about crashes and talking about deaths because people love cycling, and we want people to participate. We want people to be involved. Today, there'll be around 30 hospital beds needed around Australia because of a preventable crash. All areas of transport deaths were reduced during COVID, except cycling. It's just a terrible, terrible statistic that we're trying to fix. And one of the things that I think AGF can do more of is when we talk about those 30 cyclists that are hospitalised today, which our job is to try and stop that, but there'll also be around 30 drivers, and those 30 drivers have made a mistake. They've made an error. It hasn't been on purpose. And they're very traumatized as well. And it's one of the things that we see. One of our programs is getting truck drivers onto bikes, and it's very shocking for them. They just can't believe how close the trucks are going. And it's talking to truck drivers actually go through the trauma of if they've had a death where they've hit someone. It's really horrible side of it. Now, as a cyclist, that's not something we think of. But do you think there's opportunity for us to look at helping drivers understand that it's in their interests as well that this isn't happening?
Oh, absolutely. And there's, you know this better than anybody else. There are so many different factors that can go into the cause of a crash, and so we've got to look at all angles around. Motorists, cyclists, we have responsibilities as well to be seen, to be obviously, riding safely and what have you. But I was listening earlier this morning, and, Marilyn had a really interesting insight around an incident that she shared, and it really resonated with me around each of the near misses being a teachable moment, because I genuinely believe that people are not, the intent is not to go out and actually, harm or cause accidents. But until you're actually in that environment and you realise how fragile you are and unprotected on a bike, when you've got people sort of whizzing past you or what have you, it's actually quite powerful. And I know you've referenced the fact that we've had, in driver training with trucks and what have you, until you actually put somebody in that scenario, it makes it real. So definitely an opportunity all round for sure.
Yeah, and I think it's wonderful what you're doing in that you love your cycling. Obviously very passionate about it. You've gone through something that's really difficult to go through, and you're trying to channel the response as to, well, I'd like someone else not to have to go through this, so I'm gonna join the AGF board. Chantel's got an amazing background as a CFO and incredible credentials for a small non-profit. To have Chantel's experience is just amazing. So Chantel, we're really excited to have you on board and look forward to what the next few years could be. Lisa, can I jump back and ask you? I know you've been involved with the board for a few years now. How was the response from the board's perspective, considering the amount of work that's gone into the matters, particularly the focus on Victoria? We've done all these other states. We're based in Victoria. Kind of felt like our own backyard wasn't fixed. So much success around the country, but we can't do where we're based. Is that how it felt a little bit on the board?
Yeah, Dan, it's been so much work to get a meter matters enacted in every state and territory around Australia, and you're absolutely right to not have that in Victoria, where the foundation is based, was a real frustration for us. So to have it now, set to be enacted into Parliament in early 2021, and an undertaking by Parliament to do that is a huge victory for us, and I think a testament to the hard work of the foundation, because it's been a long battle. It's been many years in the making. So for it to finally be coming now is a very big thing for us. It's our research has shown that minimum overtaking distances between cars and cyclists, if we can enforce that law, enact it and enforce it, that will substantially reduce the risks of crashes between cars and cyclists. That's hugely important for us. It's hugely important from a safety perspective. So we're thrilled to have it finally in Victoria. It feels like a very special moment for us.
Yeah, and for someone that's only been at AGF for this year, and I've had a chance to just see the amount of work and the number of people that have been working on this for years. And it's not only really exciting, it's not only wonderful to see that AGF was able to do this in another country with a lot of other people helping us, obviously, but also the stepping stone that allows us. You know, what's the next stage as well? You know, there's a lot more for us to do. Lisa, have you won 3 national cycling championships? Is what's cycling like for you at the moment? So you've got a young kid. Lockdown. Are you getting a chance to ride much?
Yeah, look, doing the Gran Fondo on Zwift today was actually pretty sweet, because for a lot of us Melburnians, we've been spending a lot of time on Zwift in the last few months in lockdown. Cycling now, I think, is mostly about riding for mental health and riding with my family. So I've got 2 young kids. I've got a 2.5-year-old and a 9-month-old. We've got a double chariot, and we've just invested in an e-bike for just to tow around the double chariot, because the boys are getting quite heavy now. So for a lot of us, you know, for a lot of our rides now are family rides, and I do some commuting as well. So I think the Amy Gillett Foundation's mission for zero cycling fatalities is really important to me, because in not too long, my boys are going to be riding around themselves and riding to school, and I want them to be safe to ride to school. I want to be safe when I ride to work, and it's taken on a different meaning for me. I've gone from spending my weekends riding hundreds of Ks through the hills with my friends, and being really motivated, I suppose, by keeping safe myself and keeping my friends safe when I'm on those long rides. But now I think there's a different meaning for me. Now that I've got a young family, it's about keeping safe sort of closer to home, and just keeping that local cycling infrastructure high on the government agenda.
Yeah, absolutely. Couldn't agree more. And it's interesting hearing you talking about the Melbourne lockdown, where we had to pick this date ages ago. We had to decide, okay, well, even if Victoria isn't locked down, it didn't look like we're going to be able to get the Great Ocean Road, and it wouldn't have been the best thing to have a couple of thousand people converge. But for the timing to be that it's literally the first weekend in months where Victorians can actually go out and ride, and that people are still cycling, that people are still getting on Zwift is just wonderful for us. Chantel, there's people like Lisa that have got this amazing cycling pedigree. I'm a commuter cyclist. I know you're a good triathlete and you're a good cyclist, but is it just me, or is it sort of slightly daunting when you've got people of Lisa's cycling caliber on the board?
It's extremely daunting, absolutely. I am both excited and concerned about when we can actually catch up and do some rides in person. And so hence I need to do a little bit more work to build up some fitness, that's for sure.
No, I'm putting the trailer behind Chantel. That's what I'm doing. She's been trotting the house down, but I can't wait for us to be able to ride together. That's going to be a great moment.
Yeah.
Now, Lisa, you talked about an e-bike. Chantel, have you ridden an electric bike before?
I have not, but I've heard a lot of great reviews.
I've got an electric bike that is just huge. It is a monster. Lisa, you've seen my bike, right? The ones that the kids sit on the back. and I'll be cycling along, and there's this odd, you'll hear people say you're cheating because you've got a motor. Lisa, how much does your normal bike, your road racer weigh?
Oh, yeah, not much, 6 or 7 kilos.
So my bike weighs 51 kilos. Like it's unbelievable. It's so big and so heavy that I'll often cycle to work using the engine. So I'll have it on 1 or 2 assists. So I'm still pedaling, but I'm not sweating. And then I'll come back without it. If I can get up some of the small hills around where I've got to go, when I'm dragging a 51 kilo anchor behind me, but I hadn't used an electric bike beforehand. It's fantastic. I can't recommend it enough. You're trying to get around, or with the kids, or there's a day you don't feel like cycling and you use the engine. It's wonderful.
Dan, your bike is your other car, isn't it? You take your kids to school on it and everything.
Yeah, and that was exactly it. Where my wife got a job that required the car, and so we're looking at buying a second car. And I previously had a work car. So like, okay, looking around, shopping around, we worked out that before we looked at actually buying a car, the annual cost was around 3,000 or 4,000, insurance, petrol, parking, and that's not including the outlay for an actual car and then depreciation. So I went, well, for that I can, if we bought a really good e-bike, but there'll be times when I need to be able to get somewhere. If I need to get somewhere in a suit, I can't ride. And that 99% of the time, that's good enough. There's a couple of times that we'll need to work out where else we'll take the car. So by bike standards, it was expensive. By car standards, it's a drop in the ocean. And that's kind of what we wanted to see more of. But the other part is we chose a bike that's big enough that I can take my kids to school. And that really annoys me. It annoys me that I put them on the back of my bike. I don't let them cycle because we can't get to their school just on separated bike paths. And like you're saying with your kids, Lisa, my son hates it when I say that he's a wobbly cyclist. No, Dad, you're on a radio interview and you said I was a wobbly cyclist. Okay, you're a really good cyclist. But he's a kid, he's all over the road. And you see cars coming past, even on these quiet streets, and he's just going to make one error. And that's what AGF's work's about, is a road system shouldn't be designed so a cyclist can make a small error and wobble out, or a driver can make a small error and come in, and it involves it causes dire consequences. So that's one of the reasons my kids are on the back of my bike, and it annoys me. It annoys me that it's not safe enough, and it kind of drives part of the work we're doing. So I love hearing what you're saying around the kids. Chantal, when you talk about your kids being older, does that scare you? Is that hard?
Yeah, absolutely. As I said, I grew up in the country, and so we used to ride everywhere to and from school and what have you. Now mine do ride. They're, obviously a little bit older. Over COVID, they've been down more on the beach paths than anything else. But absolutely, it's just, you think about it all the time, and it becomes extremely personal. And Lisa, becoming a mum, you do become really, really protective. And I remember we went for our first couple of rides, and so I'd ride behind, and it's like, stay left, making sure that that they're safe. But it's one of those things that you can't control everything, and that's ultimately what we're trying to do, is how can you eliminate the factors that actually contribute to it, whether it's physical barriers or separated bike lanes or what have you. But it's really hard as a parent. And you mentioned before, Dan, about we all know people that have had accidents or near misses, or unfortunately those that have even lost their lives, and it becomes just extremely personal. And I think that's also an opportunity as well, is that it's around personalizing it, as opposed to being classed as a cyclist or what have you. It's you're a mum, you're a sister, you're a daughter, you're a friend, and that's I'm really hoping that through this whole COVID sort of crisis, is that if nothing else we take that out of it, is that there is more of a community type sentiment, and that we can, care and look after ourselves, a little bit more. So I think we've just got a fantastic opportunity now and a really great platform at the expense of a global pandemic to really help and drive this going forward.
No, I totally agree, and I'm really pleased that Chantel, yourself and Lisa were able to not just ride today, but have a chance to chat, so that people get a chance to see some of the people behind the Amy Gillett Foundation. We've got an incredible board. Today's about fundraising for AGF and our work, but there's also a lot of people like Lisa, like Chantel, that volunteer a lot of their time and a lot of their energy and a lot of their effort. So I just want to say thanks to both of you for being part of today, for your work you do with AGF, and it was just lovely chatting to you.
Great talking.
Thanks, Dan.
Thanks, Lisa. Thanks, Chantel.
See you later.
We're nearly wound up for the day. We've got one last interview. If for those of you that are still cycling, hang in there. You're doing an amazing job. Jordan, can you turn your mic and your video on, please? Are you with us?
Yes,
well, g'day.
G'day, mate. How are you?
Good. Now, Jordan, can I get you to introduce yourself, because you're extremely familiar to the Amy Gillett Foundation and Gran Fondo along the Great Ocean Road, which we'd normally be at. But we normally hope to have 4,000 or so cyclists. They might know who you are. Can you explain your role in Gran Fondo?
Yeah, sure. So Jordan O'Neill from O2 Events, and yeah, we like actually that dynamic, staying behind the scenes, probably. So we're the delivery and logistics part of the event, and so have been under a few different banners for the last 6 years, perhaps. So a couple of events that went out on the Great Ocean Road first towards Cairns Creek, and then a couple of events going up in Ben Warren in its 120 format, and then the most recently event achieved in a 130 Ks, and then was set to be the 6th event, I think, for us, as well as 10th for the event overall in 2020, and then now we just push on to next year. So we do all the planning, permitting, and on the day roll it out.
Yeah, and we've been planning for a long time to celebrate the 10th anniversary of Amy's Gran Fondo and the 100th anniversary of the Great Ocean Road, and yeah, none of us are down there. We're so pleased that a lot of people were able to jump on Zwift with us, and so how do we make next year's event bigger and better?
Yeah, so last few years, I suppose the most recent peak in numbers was perhaps when the World Camps in Perth. So there was a bit more of a tangible link to participating and qualifying and getting to that World Champs event. And certainly the 2025 event is quite a while in the future, but it really frames up the Gran Fondo to be, pretty much the premier amateur Gran Fondo in Australia in the lead-in. And like you said, I think earlier in today's broadcast, that yeah, we're pretty hopeful to have it hosted on the Great Ocean Road, but there's a way to go regarding that. But yeah, so where we'd like it to see is bring back, some of those numbers of maybe 3 or 4 years ago. People might have ticked it off, done it once or twice, and then moved on, done their own things. And basically the relevance of a closed road cycling event is probably becoming more so now. Riding the Great Ocean Road in the mix of tourism and other things without closures can be quite hairy. So we really feel like we've got a really good product in the event, and also coupled with some great energy from yours and others and for the foundation, we feel like its relevance really will come back into full swing next year.
Yeah, wonderful. And for all those listening, Amy Gillett Foundation works with O2 Events, and they help us pull together a great Gran Fondo. And it used to be, that wasn't always the case, but for a small non-profit to run this sort of event, Jordan, one of the things that we saw is it just takes an amazing amount of work to run this kind of event. And what it was doing was taking some of the AGF staff away from some of the cycling safety work that we should be doing. And that's where the value of the partnership for us is, that we've got event specialists that can really create that great event, do the event that the Gillett Foundation needs to, but not tie up all our staff who suddenly become pseudo event managers.
Yeah, I mean, we partner with the foundation on 3 events, so not just the Gran Fondo, which is obviously a bit of the flagship for the foundation. It's but also I'm actually in Bright at the moment, and that's where our next, hopefully, cycle event will be hosted, the Alpine Classic in January, Australia Day weekend, and again, the foundation is a partner for that event, and then later in the summer, Great Ocean Otway Classic out of Torquay, back down the Surf Coast. That's another event we partner on. So we've got a full summer of cycling with the foundation, and so the messaging hopefully cuts through with a large group audience over those 3 events.
It's going to be interesting, like you're saying with 2025. That's going to be so exciting for how we just promote cycling in Victoria. Look at more people joining the race next year, how we build that. Do you think that people are going to really want to come and ride next year as well, just because people are going to miss it?
Oh, there's a number of measures that we're hopefully looking at the moment for participation events in general. That's our trade, I suppose. And so we have a mixture of owned and managed events, and what we're really seeing is a lot of energy anecdotally for participation events. Obviously, particularly I suppose for Victorians being cooped up for quite a while, there is ambitions to set goals, tick things off, and in our style of events, be it cycling or triathlon or fun run, can really be hosted quite safely with density well managed. So we just need to, I suppose, have a list of settings that permit that, and then we feel there'll be some good numbers, particularly early in 2021.
Yeah, wonderful. And do you think during COVID we've seen so many people cycling, this huge increase? We were trying to look at the data, and typically there's around 4 million cyclists around the country that get on a bike at least once a month. We think that number was more than double, so somewhere around the 8 million cyclists. Do you think that's going to mean something for racing participation?
Yeah, I mean, Gran Fondo included, we do have distances for those new to the sport or not so much keen to race, I suppose. But even in the long course, like the 130 kilometre Gran Fondo, there is the recreational categories where people can tick away at a comfortable pace, albeit just having to meet some cut-off times for road closures. But we're very supportive and communicate with riders throughout their registration and then on the day to make sure they get around. But in terms of cycling growth, yeah, I think that it's only a great thing if there's, if we're seeing more bikes sold, more people commuting, more people feeling comfortable, then events can represent, that goal and working towards something. And for often people, they might be the first time they've ticked over 100 kilometres in a single day, particularly on a course as hard as Gran Fondo with the hills. And to do so in a supported environment rather than in a bunch ride as such, out on their own weekend. So, yeah, events have their place, and again, back to to Amy's. Yeah, just having the ability to calmly ride the Great Ocean Road without the interaction with motorists is once you've done it, it's really hard to compare to doing it just on your out on your own steam. So we feel that there'll be good energy about next year's event.
Wonderful. Well, Jordan, lovely catching up with you. I know there's an enormous amount of work you do behind the scenes, and the 2025 announcement's so exciting for where it's going to go over the next few years. We just look forward to making next year's event just a fantastic Gran Fondo and working with you for making it bigger and better. So thank you so much from Amy Gillett Foundation.
Great job tying today together. Being honest, the virtual event world scares me. I prefer the physical sense, where it's a bit more tactile. But no, you've done a great job here, and not only with the the fundraising, but also with the messaging. So bravo, good stuff.
Wonderful. Thanks so much, Jordan. Take care.
Easy.
So we're winding up for the day. I'm going to take a leaf out of, I was going to go roaming like Sandy has, but then I realized that I'm not going to be able to see everything that I need to see. Sarah, can you move over a little bit here? Sarah's got just this, she's doing a job of hiding. It's a fantastic board showing that we're just under $37,000. I can't tell you what a difference this makes for AGF. We've spoken quite a lot today around some of the programs like Bike Spot, how we're working with different levels of government to make it safer. Some of our research, we're hoping to announce a PhD soon, some new cycling research. So really honoured that everyone's supporting us, and we look forward to updating you on how your donation will be used and how it's going to make a tangible difference. We're going to wind up what's been a really exciting day. We're so grateful that so many people have been involved, have helped us, have donated. It's been a busy day. Who would have known that an online ride actually takes an enormous amount of organisation? There's a lot of people we need to thank. Zwift made this work really quickly. They've even lent us some kickers. Genovese Coffee do an enormous amount for the community. So Adam and the team, I know they're still cycling. Hopefully you guys are finished. I can't see how your progress is going, but the Genovese team have just been incredible. They support cycling. We also need to thank the Brunswick Cycling Club, have just been amazing, allowing us to really quickly set up here. It's been great having Matt overlooking the velodrome. The kids cycling during the day, watching them go around has been wonderful. Ag and Dave here. Want to thank Adam at Cycle Collective. I was supposed to be having an interview with Bill. Bill, if you're online, I'm really sorry that didn't sort out that link, but there was around 100 different cyclists doing training programs as part of that. And every year for Gran Fondo, Cycle Collective does a training program, and all these people get together and get ready for the Great Ocean Road, and they practice. I also want to have a huge shout out to all our guests. Matt Keenan has just been so fantastic. I can see he's still pedaling away there. I can't believe he's still moving, considering the amount of work that Sandy got him doing. For him to donate his time, for someone that's really the new voice of the Tour de France, the voice of cycling, to help us out has just been amazing. Hopefully you got a chance to see Mary safe this morning, Amy's mum. She's incredible. I want to thank the Great Ocean Road Cycling Group. Anthony, it was wonderful having live crosses and seeing where we would like to be. We spoke to Kip from Cycling Australia, talking about the 2025 World Championships. We'll obviously be promoting that enormous amount over the next 5 years, and what that means for our event, and how we get to promote the sport and promote the activities. Dr. Marilyn Johnson from AGF, if you haven't heard her speak, then what a treat for you. Her research is amazing. She's been part of the driving force to the Meter Matters for over a decade. We got to speak to Ben Carroll, the Victorian Minister for Road Safety. I've already said a lot about how impressed we are with Ben and just how he's got stuff done. You just love it when a politician comes in and makes the call. I think that they thought it was a hard call. It was a difficult decision. And I think what we're seeing is there was almost no backlash around, yep, this is an easy decision. You love it when someone's able to make those hard decisions and it ends up being the right decision. We want to thank the Telstra team, Duncan Armstrong, Sandy Woolley, Di. You guys just made it so entertaining. I love the trash talking with Matt Keenan. We'll be editing versions of that and putting it out all week. We're gonna really use that. We want to thank Phil Anderson. Phil's been a patron for the Amy Gillett Foundation for years, I believe since the start. It's just been incredible. And Phil and Annie are just amazing. They've done a lot for the sport and given a lot back to the sport. We heard from Dave Sharma, the new co-chair of the Parliamentary Friends of Cycling Federal Group. It's just wonderful to see that group coming together and really helping us get a louder voice in Canberra which is going to help make change. That's what we're about. How do we make it safer? How do we create that change? You also heard from Anthony Eisenberg from CrowdSpot. We partnered with them to do bike spot in Victoria. We want to do that around the country. That's what we're trying to do with some of our donations. You heard from Andy Gowers. He's been cycling next to Matt Keenan, former Hawthorn Premiership player, just a fanatical cyclist and great bloke. Wonderful to have his involvement. And also thanks to Chantal and Lisa from our board, do a lot of work to make it possible. Finally, I want to thank our donors and supporters who without you, AGF wouldn't actually happen. And I also am going to turn my camera around and thank Carly and Sarah, who are doing all the work behind the scenes. We're here down at the Brunswick Velodrome, making sure all the tech works, running around, looking after everything. AGF is a tiny team, but I think we have a pretty big footprint, and the work we do is really important. Thanks very much, everyone. I don't know how many of you are still riding because I'm no longer in the ride. But on a day like today, when people don't need to be on Zwift, to have so many people ride is really amazing. Earlier this year, we were planning, this is back in February, we were planning on doing a research roadshow. Amy Gillett Foundation was looking at going into each capital city over a couple of weeks and talking to different cycling groups around our research and the work we're doing. We do a lot of work at parliamentary level. We do a lot of work at inquiries. There was a Victorian inquiry into road safety last month. The month before, there was a New South Wales inquiry into road safety. We've just done a submission to South Australia. We do quite a lot of work behind the scenes that sometimes we forget to let everyone know. So we were planning on doing a roadshow, and this was in February. We started looking at dates, we started looking at flights, we started looking at how we could really connect to people, and then COVID hit. It's been amazing to learn that we can use this format, we can use Zoom, we can link with everyone, but it's just not the same. It's not the same as being somewhere like Brunswick Velodrome, seeing all the kids come in this morning, watching Matt, Andy and Ag, pedaling 100 plus Ks. They were chatting away, enormous, lovely chats for the first hour. Not so much now. The conversation's getting quieter and quieter. The reason I was saying this about the research roadshows is hopefully that's something that we can pick up again next year, where AGF, our research staff like Marilyn, can come out to some of the communities, the cycling communities around the country, talk about some of our work, and just get to meet people. Just meet people like we've spoken to today, people that love their cycling, that are passionate about their cycling and want to make a difference. And when we find people like that can help us, whether that's through donating their time, donating money, opening doors for us, that's when we get to make a difference. So we're hoping that we can pick that up again and try and find some time next year. The other part that we've had is a lot of people have been asking us, particularly now that Anita Matters has been announced around the country, what our next focus has been. You would have seen us pushing very heavily this year for temporary separated bike lanes. There's a range of safety issues that AGF has the option to look at, and we're going to go hard publicly soon on some of the programs that we're going to do. So finally, as we wrap up, I just want to announce the winners for the different categories. The prize for these champions is going to be a free entry into next year's Gran Fondo on the Gradation Road. So 10-kilometre winner was William Rocket. The 55-kilometre winner was Michael Hill, and the 107-kilometre winner, it's not Matt Keenan, because unless he's doing a long warm down. Is Matt doing a long warm down? Must be. Maybe this is a typo. Let me presume that it was Matt, and he's doing a victory lap. He's doing a victory lap, but the winner that I've got written down here, 107 Ks, Alistair Christie Johnson. So congratulations. We'll post all this. We also know that there's people looking at different ways. We've got some on Twitch. We've got some on Zwift. We've got some on Facebook. We look forward to taking snippets of this. Thank you so much for everyone. If you haven't already donated, please go to our website and dig deep. We look forward to showing you how we'll use your donations. On behalf of all of the staff, the board, and everyone at AGF, at the Amy Gillett Foundation, thank you so much for your time and your support, and safe cycling.